I Lie to You, the show that sorts the facts from the fibs. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, she presents the One Show, which is now part of British life. Without it, millions of families would have to eat their tea in silence. It's Alex Jones. The presenter of the extremely popular daytime quiz show Pointless, whose fans will no doubt be tuning into this show tonight. So, a big welcome to students, the unemployed and the bedridden. It's Alexander Armstrong. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, well, 12 years ago, he was honoured with a Lifetime Achievement Award. He didn't take the hint. He's still here. It's Chris Tarrant. And first, light lunch, now the Great British Bake Off. Is there any meal she won't exploit for her own financial gain? Mel Gedroych! And so we start with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction, and we'll start with Alex.
Oh, here we go. I once lost Julian Lloyd-Webber's cello because I was chatting up a parking attendant.
Well, David and team.
A lot of factors there.
A lot of factors.
Why were you in possession of Julian Lloyd-Webber's cello?
Because he had lent it to me.
Why would he lend you his cello?
Well, not exactly lend. I was kind of looking after it.
Where were you, Alex?
I was in Manchester.
Right.
Yeah.
Was he playing? Was he doing a gig or something?
He was doing, he was like with an orchestra, but he had his own solo part, so he played.
I know, an orchestra. They have an instrument each, don't they?
Yeah, but David, he had a special part.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
But for which he didn't need his cello. It was he asked you to hold the cello.
This was before.
And go and check on the parking scenario in the middle of the symphony.
This was before the concert.
Okay.
So did you know him?
I hadn't met him before. No.
But what was the great attraction of the parking attendant?
Very handsome, very fit. It was very hot.
How did you tell him a big hat like that and his jacket up
He
there?
didn't have a hat on. They were very modern parking attendants.
Oh, he didn't have a hat on?
I think we need to analyse this story chronologically.
Right. Yes. We start again.
Now, it is the day of the concert.
Right.
Yes. Dawn breaks.
Right.
Where are you and where is Julian Lloyd-Webber?
Julian Lloyd-Webber and I are both in Manchester.
When did you meet?
In the car park.
Said like a true Welsh girl.
No, the car park... I'm afraid the car park is not an acceptable answer to the question,
right.
When did you meet?
Right.
Because the car park is a place, not a time.
Let me set the scene.
OK.
So, I'm in the car park with the car park attendant.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
The car park attendant is just there. He hasn't got a hat on. He's not that official.
He's just generally hanging around the car park, all sexy.
He's just hanging out.
Yeah.
What's he wearing at the time?
Has he got anything on?
Is he naked?
He's got jeans on and a t-shirt.
Jeans and a t-shirt?
And an illuminous
This is just
jacket.
some guy.
Some bloke.
He's told you he's a
on.
car park attendant because he wants to sound important.
Is that important?
Yeah, it's the sexiest thing you can say. Everyone knows that.
Julian Lloyd-Webber walks in with his cello.
With his cello, which weighs about 4 ton.
No, they're not that heavy. Chris.
Well, no.
They're not that heavy. And for someone like Julian, who's probably got a bit of sinew and bicep because of all his playing, it would be very light.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
going
how
to feel
they
heavy.
pick cellists, isn't it? They
Yes.
pick the ones that can carry it. You can teach anyone to play it, but it's the carrying it that's the trick.
Exactly.
He pitches up. He's on his phone.
Yeah. Oh, while carrying the cello.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Were you trying to get off with the car park man because you wanted to not pay for your own parking?
It's difficult to know if you're a car park attendant whether any relationship you're in is genuine. Is it me or is it just for the free parking?
Yeah, exactly.
Did he just hand the cello to you with a nod like that while he was on the understanding that you would know what he meant?
No, he'd put it down on his side and then just went,
What happens then?
Yes, this is crucial.
Then, Julian comes off the phone, taps me on the shoulder. Where's my cello? I look round, cello gone.
What? No!
It was the car parking attendant.
Who took the cello then?
The cello
Yeah?
had made its way into the concert hall.
Of course
On
it
its
has.
own.
On its own.
The very best cellos can do that, can't they?
Well, somebody has taken the cello, gone into the concert hall with the cello. Julian and me flummoxed.
Flummoxed?
So this is not an attempt to steal the cello. This is a do-gooder seeing an unattended cello and thinking, well, I can't leave that lying around. Someone could steal it. I'd better steal it.
It was a good citizen who thought, that's worth millions. It's on its own. I'll take it in.
Why were you at this concert? What was your ostensible role?
I was a runner researcher. So I was working on a television programme that they were making.
That's new information.
You didn't say that.
I'm suddenly
Yeah,
coming round to
I know.
Julian's point of view.
I know.
So what do you think, David? What are you going to say?
It's utter nonsense.
You think it's nonsense?
I'm going to say she's lying.
You both
I'm
think
gonna
she's
say
lying?
She's lying, yeah.
He's lying in
Well, I certainly... I think it's true.
Do you?
But not enough to overrule. I haven't...
Oh, don't say that, because now you...
Well, no, it's very rarely that I overrule. At the moment, I believe in democracy.
Yeah.
But if it turns out you guys are wrong, I may lose my belief in democracy, and this could become a police state.
So your answer is?
We're going to say it's a lie.
Saying it's a lie. Right. Alex
Actually,
Jones.
no, we're going to say it's true. Sorry, police state time. We're going to say it's true.
I like that. I like that. I find that arousing.
Alex. Truth or lie?
Rob, you should have to take the first answer on this programme. It's true.
Yes, it's true. Alex did lose Julian Lloyd-Webber's cello because she was chatting up a parking attendant. Right, next up, it's Xander.
I once prevented a burglar from breaking into my house by hiding behind the door and barking like two different dogs at him.
David's team.
First up, please do the two different dogs that you did. And say what the dogs were.
OK, well,
I doubt that Xander, in his state of panic, went, first I'll do a Yorkshire Terrier, then I'll do... No, not an Airedale,
No.
a Retriever.
I can't do a retriever. I can't do a retriever. I've tried. No, what I tried to do... The effect I was going for was of scratching paint and doing... What I wanted to give an illusion of was weight and snuffling. So I went for...
Has anyone got a Scooby snack? And dog two, the different dog. Maybe a smaller dog, the mastermind.
One was this. No, the other one... I'm just worried about this, but it was...
What? Did this frighten
Listen
the
this.
burglar? Did he run off?
Did he break into the house, Chris? No.
You're crouching down behind a door.
Yes.
And a burglar is also coming through the door.
Well, what was happening was the burglar was busy, was at the door trying to force his way in by shoulder barging. The door wasn't open, but he was trying to break the jam.
So this was at night.
And is your bed
Yes,
right
this
by
is
your...
nice.
Is your bed right by your front door?
No, it's not. My bed is in my bedroom.
Classic.
Yeah. I thought because that's the last
So you
place
thought,
they'll look.
hello, somebody's shoulder barging the front door.
I
downstairs.
was woken up by thunk on the door, and I was just thinking, what do I do?
So did you hear he was barging away? Brum, brum,
Yeah.
and you were then suddenly snuffling away at the
making
other
strange
side of the
sound-
door.
yeah.
And then he what? And then what? He paused, did he?
He paused,
And then
and then he went away. I think it weirded him out.
Why didn't you do the noise of a scary dog?
It sounded like a hamster.
this is
A very big hamster. That would
Scary, actually, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
big
actually very
hamster.
scary.
But don't you have a burglar alarm, Xander?
I never set a burglar alarm.
Not on national television.
on.
Not.
OK, David, what are you going to say? Truth or lie?
what do you think, Chris?
I think it's so daft, and he's so daft. And it's such a ridiculous vision. I think it's almost certainly true.
Mel?
I'm the yin to your yang.
Are you really?
I'm saying it's a lie, a big fat one. I want you to override me again, David.
Now,
I want you to override me.
sorry, if I do that again, it won't be special. I just don't think a burglar would try and shoulder barge the front door.
Okay.
I think a murderer might try and shoulder barge the front door.
So therefore, your answer is
Lie.
lie. OK. Xander, was that the truth or was it in fact a lie?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it is in fact a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Xander didn't prevent a burglar from breaking into his house by barking like two different dogs. I mean, of course, it's a lie. When burglars break into Xander's property, they still have to walk up the path, swim the moat and slay the dragon before getting to the front drawbridge. So, at the end of that round, David's team are in the lead by 2 points to 0. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. And it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Sid. So, Chris Tarrant, what is Sid to you?
This is my dentist, Sid, and I had to drive her to A&E after biting her finger during a checkup.
Right, Mel, could you explain how you know Sid?
This is Sid. We once posed as members of an orchestra to gain backstage access to meet our idol.
Finally, David, what is your relationship with Sid?
This is Sid. Last year...
Sorry. There's something about you that I don't think you know any women or anyone called Sid.
In which case you'll be saying that it's a lie.
Correct.
This is Sid.
Lie.
This is Sid. Last year, she rescued me when a seaside donkey went haywire with me on its back.
Can I just say, I retract my earlier comment, true.
So, there we have it. Chris's disgruntled dentist, Mel's orchestral imposter, or David's seaside saviour. Lee, where do you want to start?
Well, shall we start? Let's start with Chris. What was she doing that made you bite down so hard?
She's actually a very accomplished dentist. Her real name is Sydney Matthews. She is the junior partner in a company called Matthews and Priddy in Weybridge in Surrey.
Whoa.
Who are
Sorry,
top
her real name is
dentist.
Sydney.
Sydney.
Sydney? Girl's name, Sydney.
I couldn't understand what he was saying, but now someone shouted it really loudly in Welsh. It's a lot clearer. so, sorry, Chris, say it again.
I fixed up to go and have a temporary crown taken out and put the proper one in.
Oh, yeah. Coronation, was it? You're getting above yourself, Tarrant.
So she starts doing this little bit of drilling, and of course you've got so much drilling in now. I'm going, it really hurts, I want to unattach it. And she said, what? At which point I bit her finger, in fact 2 fingers, really quite badly. And she is pouring blood.
And has Sid treated you since?
No, but she's due to in about 3 months, so I'm trying to be quite nice to her.
Right, do you want to move on to another suspect?
David, what did it do, the donkey?
It ran suddenly in one direction with me on its back.
No.
Yes.
Where were you? I bet he says
was on the-
Blackpool.
No, I was
Where
on
were
the
you?
beach. It was in Norfolk.
And a beach in Norfolk. Do you know which beach? I know Norfolk quite well. Which beach in Norfolk was it?
Oh, damn. It was Great Yarmouth.
When was this?
It was last year.
Do they let adults ride donkeys?
Good question. Ask him.
Yes, they do. They did. I got on the donkey, it went haywire.
Why
What,
did-
you saying I'm a liar?
I honestly
The
tell you.
donkey went haywire and Sid rescued me.
But what scared the donkey?
Yeah, I can answer that.
What scared...
You haven't explained why you were on the donkey. When I look at you, I don't think donkey.
Thank you.
I think Mel does.
The aim was... One child of some friends of mine wanted to have a donkey ride and then sort of was a bit nervous of the donkey ride and I said, well, I'd have a donkey ride to sort of demonstrate that it was, you know, fine and safe.
Oh,
and,
so it was a
and that the
disaster
donkey,
then.
it was a disaster.
Yeah.
It was an absolute it was a disaster. A very, very sad day.
Did you have to pay for the ride?
I think so, yeah.
Do you remember roughly what that was?
I think roughly about £1,000. Might have been less than £1,000. Certainly not a million.
Would it be
not
fair
a
to
million
say-
pounds, and it wasn't like 4p.
David, how did Sid rescue you?
She had a geographical advantage on the donkey because I don't think I'm being rude to Sid to say that she probably couldn't have matched this crazed beast for speed. She was over where the donkey was headed, sort of near there, and was able to intercept and grab the bit of string that's attached to a donkey's face.
It's like having Zara Phillips with us, isn't it? Yeah. It really is.
I've literally never seen a donkey in your life.
Right, what about Mel then?
Just remind us again of your story.
This is Sid.
Yeah.
And we once posed as members of an orchestra
Yeah.
to meet our idol.
Right.
Who's the idol, just for fun?
Leslie Judd, the ex-Blue Peter presenter.
Don't need to tell me who Leslie Judd is.
So, does Leslie Judd also play in an orchestra?
Not that I know of.
What was she doing
What
there?
was she
then?
doing there?
She was hosting the event.
Where was it?
It was in Oxford Town Hall.
And you were how old?
16.
You say you posed as orchestra members. How did you go and buy an instrument?
We borrowed from a friend, funnily enough, a cello case.
Well, that's all you'd need, because one of you gets in it.
Yeah.
So hang on, when you were 16, I'm just thinking this through. Leslie Judd, as we all know, is a Blue Peter presenter back in the glorious
The
heyday
Fab Four.
of
The Fab
Blue
Four.
Peter. Exactly.
Noakes, Purvis, Singleton, Judd.
When
Yeah.
grown-ups used to...
Yeah.
When grown-ups used to host
Exactly.
Blue Peter.
Yeah.
Great times.
Did it work?
We got past security.
I'm not sure about this security business, to be honest with you. I can imagine a
Oxford
meeting.
Town Hall.
Oxford Town Hall, where they're going, here we go on next week. Leslie Judd is hosting an orchestra. We're going to need some security.
Did she sign anything for you?
She did, yep. I had a Blue Peter annual. Yeah. I think Leslie was in circus gear on the front.
I've got that one.
Oh, that's
Yes.
All right, we need an answer, so what are you going to say?
I think it's Chris.
You think Chris
Because
bit a lady?
Sid, more importantly,
Yeah.
looks like she could be a very good dentist.
No, you see, I have to disagree. I disagree. If we're going by looks alone, I'd say she's more likely to have manhandled a donkey. Well, we can't just go by looks, can we?
I think she looks like a really lovely friend of Mel's.
We need an answer, so...
Alex thinks it's Chris. Are you sticking with that?
I'm sticking 100%.
And Lee, presumably, you think me?
Despite my real gut reaction that it's David, I would say, of the two, we will go with Mel. Or will we go with Chris?
Split the difference. Me!
Go on, let's say Mel.
You're saying Mel. OK, so, Sid, would you like to reveal your true identity?
My name is Sid, and Mel and I posed as members of an orchestra in order to meet our idol.
Yes, Sid and Mel did once pose as members of an orchestra in order to get backstage and meet Leslie Judd. Thank you very much, Sid. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but against the clock. We will start with... It's Lee.
I can always remember all my ex-girlfriends' names and the order in which I went out with them because their initials happen to make the acronym Bermuda.
OK, off we go. Bermuda. B.
What?
B.
B.
Will you please give me the names of all your ex-girlfriends and make the acronym Bermuda as quickly as possible, please?
OK. Brenda.
Brenda. Superb. Brenda is still as popular a name as ever. E.
Sorry?
Ethel?
I'm helping you. What's the next one?
Ethel.
E.
Is it Ethel?
No, it's not Ethel.
Enid.
No, it's not Enid. Have another guess. Erin.
Sorry?
Erin.
Erin. Okay.
I just spelled Bermuda. Well, I know, I was joking, yes. Sorry, R. That was R. That was actually Regine.
Sorry?
Regine.
Regime, as in regime change.
No.
Next up after regime.
Regine was the lovely Molly. Molly. I could tell you a thing or two about Molly, but this isn't the time.
Next one.
What about you?
This is the weird one. Right?
They're all a bit weird.
Not actually her name, right? But in my nickname for her, Una.
What was her real name?
Sally.
Why did you call Sally Una?
Because Una Stubbs played Aunt Sally in Where's the Gummidge.
Oh, that's very good. That's very good.
He's good.
Yeah, Dave, experimental year. If you've forgotten it, I'll never forgive you. Happy days, Dave.
Dave, the D, that's what you're saying. The D is Dave.
Of course I'm not.
Okay.
Delia. Not the Delia. And may I say, not my mother, who was called Delia. True story. Definitely not her.
But that's why it popped into your
genuinely
head
would
now
rather
as you
have
were making it up. And A
was Alex.
That certainly is a serendipitous series.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't serendipitous. I wouldn't have been able to do that.
What was the M again?
What?
The M again?
Molly.
And the E?
Was... What? The E. I'll tell you exactly what the E was.
The E was...
It was, in fact. I'll tell you exactly. Erin!
You!
What?
And the U!
And I
The
loved
U.
her. No?
The U!
Sally.
Real name? Yes. Come on, Lee, you know this. The D.
Give me a D.
The D was...
Mummy. Deirdre.
The E.
Give me an E. Erin.
The B.
Give me a B. That was a long time ago, to be fair. Brenda.
And the R.
And the R was Regine. Regine. Little Regine.
Yeah. Well,
Is that a name?
Regine. It's a name, isn't it? Tell me it's a name. Regine's a name. Anything's a name, isn't it? I went out with a girl called Cupboard for 3 weeks. Not a joke.
where did cupboard come in the Bermuda list?
Oh, she was before I invented the acronym system.
Sorry, it was a system. It didn't happen by accident. You were seeking out people beginning with these letters. What was it about the island of Bermuda?
Because all my ex-girlfriends went missing.
So what do you think, David? What does your team think?
I think it's a lie.
Would he go with somebody called Brenda?
What do you mean, would I go? Yes, she was Miss World, right? She came and she said to me, I really like you. And I went, I like you. What's your name? Brenda. Forget it.
So what's it going to be, David?
I think it's preposterous because it's preposterous.
I think it's a lie. I think it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie?
Yeah.
OK.
Yeah.
Lee, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
Of course I was telling a lie.
Oh, yes, well done.
Yes, it's a lie. Lee's ex-girlfriends do not form an acronym that spells Bermuda, although they have formed a support group. Next. It's Alex.
Oh. I can tell if someone is a good dancer just by the way they smile.
David's team.
Alex, look at me.
Turn your head a little bit. And now this way.
Now do it while she's dancing.
No.
Yeah, well, that's true then.
Why? But why?
What is
From
it
that
about,
smile?
though?
Yeah.
Because people who are good at dancing...
Will you stop doing that? I find it a bit disturbing, David. It's just a bit light entertainment for you, David.
Really? What is it? Yeah, what it's about.
People,
what do you look for?
Well, people who are good at dancing will look naturally smug.
What are you saying?
Now, you're putting on a smug face.
No, he's not.
And people who are good at dancing have shorter teeth than you. It's just something about dancers. They seem to be a little bit underdeveloped in the tough area.
Are they making up for their short teeth by
Could
learning
be.
to dance?
I don't know, but it seems to be a pattern. That's what I found doing extensive research. So I'll go round you all now. Open up. You could be all right.
Oh, that's a backhanded compliment. Smug, short-toothed person.
Not mine.
Go on. Rob?
Rob, he's got quite long teeth.
No. The thing is,
Rob,
look.
you get up there and prove her wrong.
What a mover.
I just want to say, Rob, I've got a lot of respect for your commitment to the show.
I mean, I'm no Bruno or Len.
I'm no Bruno or Len. Hasn't she got a
Hang on,
stupid
you're
voice?
now taking them. What is... Does anyone know how large Fred Astaire's teeth are?
Small.
Small.
Didn't have any,
Small.
just gums.
He had little, tiny little...
Like that, no.
Tiny.
Just tiny. Put it on the top
hat, dusting up a white tie, So what are you going to say, David?
Mel, do you think it's true?
I think it's the sort of claim that Ms. Jones would make.
It's not scientifically proven.
Oh, you don't say.
Yes.
I think it is the sort of thing she
She's
believed in.
claimed it. She's not saying it is.
No.
Yeah. Do you think it's the truth?
The truth.
The truth. I think we think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yes.
Alex Jones, was it the truth, or were you telling a lie?
Don't be so ridiculous. It's a lie!
Yes, it was a lie. Alex can't tell if someone is a good dancer by the way they smile. All that noise signals time's up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that David's team has won by 3 points to 2. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Alex Jones. Well done, Alex. Beautiful, intelligent and gorgeous Welsh accent and eyes you could drown in. That's what she said to me, and I'm starting to think she didn't mean any of it. Good night. To Would I Lie to You, the show where fibs and fancies are the order of the day. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, the Springwatch TV presenter who, when she was younger, worked on a crocodile farm. It's where she first got her love of animals and shoes and handbags. Kate Humble. And in the hit sitcom Rev, he plays the lovable, slightly odd, bookish nerd Nigel. And he's such a consummate actor, he started getting into character 32 years ago. It's Miles Jupp! On David Mitchell's team tonight, an actor who stars in The Indian Doctor, a show all about the first ever Indian doctor in Wales. I'm not sure what part he plays, I just hope his Welsh accent's up to it. Sanjeev Bhaskar! And it really is no exaggeration to say we have had hundreds of letters saying you've got to get this guy on the show. All from Judy, who just wants one night to herself, Richard Madeley! And so we begin with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. And, Richard, you are first up.
One Christmas morning, I woke up stark naked in our shoe cupboard, clutching nothing but 2 cans of fake snow.
Lee Mack, what do you make of that?
So, what year was this?
About 1993.
OK, and can you talk us through how this happened?
I went to bed very drunk on Christmas Eve. Actually, it was Christmas morning by then, about 2 in the morning. And I woke up again in the cupboard under the stairs, totally naked, with 2, as I realised when I picked them up, empty artificial snow spray cans in each hand. And the light was on, and my face was in the Wellington boots.
What had you gone in there for?
I'd gone in to put the snow cans back after what I then realised I'd done with them.
What had you done with them?
2 weeks earlier, we bought our family Christmas tree in the hall, and Judy and Chloe, my daughter, decided that it wouldn't be a good idea to put artificial snow on it, and Jack, my son, and I thought it would. And we had a massive row, and of course, the ladies won. So the spray was hidden at the back of the cupboard, but I saw where Judy hid it. Okay.
But you did this naked?
Yes.
I did it in my sleep.
Can I just stop you there? No one's listening now. We're all just thinking, Richard Madeley sleeps naked.
And clearly, I mean, I can only suppose what happened. I'd gone downstairs in my sleep, taken the cans out, covered the tree with fake foam, gone back in the thing, and then woken up.
You've done the whole tree? Was it a good job?
It was terrible. I mean, it covered everything. It covered the lights, it covered the baubles, it covered... it was like a great big Mr. Whippy.
I'm intrigued by this cupboard under the stairs, Richard. I think someone with your income would, by now, or by 1993 even, during your, let's call it heyday, would have had it... I do think we would have had it converted into a downstairs facility.
Is that your view of opulence? that any sort of space under stairs must be fitted for immediate
Any sort of
ingestion.
unused space anywhere.
Any money at all. There's something about the combination of wealth, career success, and a little cubbyhole that just says poo.
What did Judy and Chloe have to say about this in the morning?
Christmas morning dawned, and I went down with Judy, and there it was, looking awful. And I just went, Jack, we told you not to do that. And you went and kept it up for about a minute and then confessed.
So you woke up at 2 in the morning?
I didn't wake up. I was sleep spraying.
You were sleep spraying, but then you went into...
That's a horrid connotation.
Think of the children.
We've all done it.
You did the spraying. What was your first conscious memory? Waking up in the cupboard or waking up in the bed?
No, waking up in the cupboard.
Do you always sleep naked?
Yes.
Always?
Yeah.
How does Judy feel about that?
Well, so does she.
Blimey. Is it me or is it getting up to the...
Sorry, hang on.
No, give me a minute.
Hands up, who sleeps naked?
David, keep your hands down.
It's got to be 40%.
No, I mean, obviously I go to bed dressed as Scrooge.
So what are you thinking, Lee?
I definitely think it's plausible. What do you think, Kate?
What concerns me is the gap between the waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning and going to bed and not sort of doing anything about the tree.
Just leaving it.
Just leaving it.
Miles?
I think it is true.
You do.
So what are you going to say?
OK, split decision. I will go with Miles and say that's true.
You're saying it's true? Richard Madeley, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I have to tell you guys, you've made a terrible start. For us, it's true.
Well done. Yes, it's true. One Christmas morning, Richard did wake up stark naked in his shoe cupboard, clutching nothing but 2 cans of fake snow. Judy was quite pleased when she came across Richard sitting there stark naked, as it reminded her to put the turkey in the oven. Miles, you're next.
Every time I shower, I must adhere to my strict system for drying myself.
OK, quick as you can, what's the system for drying yourself?
Well, I always use a towel.
You weird eccentric.
Well, actually, I don't start with a towel. I sort of brush water off this arm. I can do that 20 times.
With your hand?
With my hand.
Yeah.
And then 20 times that one.
Do you dry yourself between your legs with your hands?
No, I don't, Richard.
Is it like an OCD thing where it is 20, or is it roughly 20?
Oh, it can be multiples of 20.
You're not serious.
Yeah, so like 20 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We know what 20 is.
Yeah. And then the same on that. And then 30 with the hair.
30 in the hair.
And then I go. And then I think if I'm ready to move on to the towel phase. I think I've done the arm and head thing. It's towel time.
And when did you start doing this?
In the last 2 years.
When you reach for the towel, are there any other oddities, or do you basically then proceed in what we would refer to as a conventional drying manner?
Well, I get the towel and I do 50 on the top of the head.
Right.
And then this is quite a new development, actually. Probably within the last...
The whole thing is quite a new development.
No, but
You
this...
clearly had some sort of breakdown a couple of years ago.
So now it's 50 on top and 50 behind, whereas it used to just be 50 on top.
What was it about your drying policy before this point, 2 or 3 years ago, that you considered inadequate?
I was getting to a lot of towels.
How much moisture do you hold?
I am unbelievably absorbent. You, one could wring me out like a sponge.
Have you tried that? Because that might be a more efficient way of...
I don't see what it is about this system that is hard to believe or understand.
I don't like it.
No.
Don't do it.
If this turns out to be true, it's going to be a tense evening.
Do you or have you ever washed your car by hand rather than going through the drive-thru or something?
No, never.
No, never.
Never?
You're the most middle-class man I've ever met. You've never washed your own car?
I've been through the rolling one.
That's not the same, Miles. Getting the coin and putting it in the slot does not constitute manual labour.
I've only had a car for 3 years. Maybe that's why this started.
Yes, did the purchase of the car coincide with a new shower policy? Having seen the car go through the rolly thing that for some reason you don't know the name of, even though the name pretty much creates itself.
That's right.
You sort of think, I want to create my own domestic version of this with my hands.
I don't... Yeah.
Do you have a little sign when you go into the bathroom that says, stop? Once you get... Do you edge forward, waiting? Stop. And you've got to do it quickly, because you know things are going to beep, beep, and you've got to get out again. So, David, it's time to take a guess.
What do you think?
It's truly horrible. But I want it to be true, and I'm an optimist in life, so I'll say it's true.
Yeah. I can't go with that. I mean, if it is true, then it's really disturbing and frightening and all those other things that you scare your kids with.
My instinct is that it's a lie.
OK,
So
you're saying it's a lie. Well,
yes.
Miles, were you telling the truth, Miles, or were you telling a lie?
It is... true.
Yes. Almost unbelievably, it's true. Every time Miles showers, he must adhere to his strict system for drying himself. Kate, you're next.
Every time I have a haircut, I ask to keep the hair, which I then take to London and scatter for the pigeons to make nests with.
There we are. All right. David, what do you think?
What is it that makes you think that the pigeons of London are short of stuff? Hair. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff, nest-making stuff in London,
Well, actually,
surely.
there isn't that much. And there has been this big drive to keep London tidy.
And Kate, do you believe that pigeons prefer blondes? Is that the...
No, but I think they do like curls.
How do you know that?
They prefer... Well, you know, when I scatter it, I then just sort of stand back, make sure it's appreciated, and you know...
It immediately gets snapped up.
It does.
They go away. There's somebody else feeding them some bread, and they go,
Yeah.
Curly
They
hair.
do. Who wants a bit of old Hovis? You know,
How
when
much
you...
of your hair do you get cut for the curl to be included? Because that suggests
It's
quite
about
a bit.
1.5 inches I have cut. I don't have it cut very often.
Where in London do you go to distribute your clippings?
Can I ask you a question, David? Have you ever met a woman before? I really hope that's the kind of thing you say to random strangers.
It's not a thing I've ever said before, but you can't say it isn't pertinent to the circumstances.
Do you secretly hope that one day a very clever pigeon would make a tiny little wig?
If he did,
yes.
What might he sound like, Richard? Because I've been told that you do a very good Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it now. That's a wood pigeon, isn't it?
And for the aficionados of birdland amongst you, not to be confused with the ringed dove.
And also, not to be confused with the parrot.
Hey!
Pretty Polly.
Very
Yes, this programme is getting more and more like the One Show.
But actually, I did want to ask Miles a question, if you don't mind, Miles. If you were to do what she does, would you wash the cuttings and hand dry them before you...
If I were to collect Kate Humble's hair and then get on a bus, no, I'd go to a hairdresser and say, have you cut Kate Humble's hair? Have you?
With that voice.
Well, put it in a bag for me. And then I'd catch a bus and I'd go straight to the top deck and tell everyone exactly what I had in my bag. Who watches Spring Watch? Got her hair in my bag. It's not for me, it's for the pigeons.
What do you think, David?
Can I say, I think more of Kate Humble than this. I have a higher
I think
opinion
a lot
on
of her.
this.
I mean, it's...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, in that sense. Yeah.
I think she's telling us a lie.
I think we all think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie? Pretty unanimous. OK, Kate, fact or fiction?
It's a lie.
Yes, it was a lie. Every time Kate has a haircut, she doesn't take the hair cuttings to London to scatter to the pigeons for them to make nests with. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, John. Right, Miles, first of all, what is John to you?
John and I were paid to fight together in a supermarket dressed as gladiators.
Kate, how do you know John?
This is John, and when I was in Africa, he and I dressed up in a pantomime giraffe costume in order to get close-up shots of giraffes in the wild.
Lee, what is your relationship with John?
This is John. Despite being total strangers, we were once forced to share a bed when we were double-booked into the same hotel room.
David, where do you want to start?
Well, maybe with Kate, because what I'm reluctant to believe is that the best way of lulling giraffes into a false sense of security is to try and disguise yourself as a giraffe, because I reckon a giraffe, it takes one to know one.
He thought that if we dressed up as a giraffe, then he could put the camera on a kind of periscope thing up the neck of the giraffe and get that evening shot of the giraffes against the sunset. Now, you said very astutely that it takes a giraffe to know a giraffe. If we tried to do this in daylight, it would have failed completely because giraffes have extremely good day vision, but their night vision isn't very good, and that's why we decided to try it.
Why is it then necessary to disguise as a giraffe at all? Why not just take a stepladder?
They are not completely blind. They're just not necessarily going to worry too much about whether you're made out of polyester or real fur.
Do you just show us how you did
how
this?
it worked?
How it worked.
Would you like me to do that with John?
Lee would be the perfect
Lee.
partner for
Okay,
this.
Lee, if you come...
He has a look of the wild about
come
him.
Here.
Kate's going to demonstrate
Yeah.
the whole giraffe
So-
doppelganger with you, Lee.
So you are in the front, OK? You need to stand about there. And actually, could you three stand up and all just be giraffes in the wild with the sun behind you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you ever get the feeling she's mocking us?
OK, so you've got this big giraffe costume on, and it's got a kind of pole up the back as its spine.
Right.
You have got a camera on a pole poking out of the mouth of the giraffe, right towards them, OK?
Right.
I am behind you.
Kate, at what point do you say action?
I've got the laptop here.
Right.
So I'm checking the focus and saying to John, OK, you're nicely framed up. That's looking lovely. There was a
By the way,
sad-
I'm a meerkat.
Excellent. You're doing a very good job. No.
All right, well, I think that's
Is
made
that-
it a lot
So there
clearer.
we
Let's
are.
say thank you to our giraffes. But most of all, a big round of applause for our meerkat. Right, who would you like to question next?
Yes, Miles, you had to dress up as a
Gladiator.
gladiator.
Yeah.
As in a Roman gladiator, or as in from the TV show Gladiator?
Roman gladiator.
So the sort of sword and sandals.
Yeah, breastplates.
What sort of gladiator were you?
We each had a sword and a shield, and we did battle.
And this was in a supermarket?
Yes.
And were you employed, or was this just
We were in...
a Saturday?
Or a distraction technique, so that someone else could steal biscuits.
Cakes?
We were promoting a range of foods.
Fresh lion meat, you know, the usual.
We were promoting a range of foods, the Viva Italia delicatessen range. I don't know if you remember when Safeways rolled that out. And we would have this fight, and then one of us would die, or be beaten, be vanquished, and the other one would say, "Oh, how did you get the strength to beat me?" And you'd say, "From aisle 7, where I've been feasting on the Viva Italia delicatessen range."
What about Lee? Lee, remind us, what is your link to John? I've forgotten.
This is John.
Yes?
And we were once forced to share a hotel room together, or share a bed in a hotel room, because we'd been double booked.
So where was the hotel, Lee?
The hotel was in Scotland.
Okay, do you want to be more specific than that?
OK. It was right in Scotland.
Okay. Be more specific?
More specific?
Yeah.
I was at Aliskye.
Okay. Oh yeah, fine. I believe you. What were you doing?
I was at a wedding.
Yeah. When was this wedding?
9 years ago.
You came back from the wedding, so
I
it was
came back
late.
from the wedding.
Got to the
I've
hotel.
had a bit too much to drink.
Right.
I go to reception. I say hello. I'm. Well, I have to say. And
9 years ago. Yes, you.
All right, I did have to say. But so I told them who I was. She leans round. She gives me the key. I go upstairs. No lift.
Right. She doesn't in any way go, by the way, there is a large man already in this room.
No, obviously, she wasn't aware of the mix-up. Otherwise, she would have stopped me, wouldn't she? She didn't... As I walked off, she didn't go... What? Nothing. You'll see.
So what happened? You were given the key by reception and
Yes.
then opened the door and he was in there?
Correct.
At which point you said...
I was a bit drunk, so I just assumed that there'd been a mix-up, wrong key, I was in the wrong room, so I just went, "Oh, sorry, And he went, oh, and I sort of, I can't remember
He
exactly.
said what?
He went, oh, sorry. You don't mock him. Wait till he opens his mouth in a minute. Rob says, come on, who are you? He goes,
Then you go back down
I go
to
back
reception
down.
to say...
I said, you've given me the wrong key.
Yeah. Then she said, sorry, there's been a mix-up.
Been a mix-up, and she said...
You're going to have to go back in there.
I was in the right room, he was in the wrong room, but he checked in earlier on, so it wasn't her mistake, it was a mistake earlier on by somebody else.
Why didn't you investigate the possibility of sharing with the person in the other room?
Oh, yeah. What I did was I went round all the rooms. And I went... I don't think so, do you? You're looking at it, soldier.
When the two of you realised that you were going to have to share a bed together, did you have a kind of a negotiation?
I have never been to bed with anyone where negotiations have been involved. That's not completely true. But,
No, what I mean is, did you say, for example, I like to sleep on this side of the bed? I'm happiest on the right-hand side?
before we even got to that point, we both tried to not to sleep in the same bed. I didn't just go, what the hell are you doing? I'm going to sleep on the left and you can sleep on the right. Good night.
Right, so we need an answer. What do you think?
I really don't know. Whatever we say, if we get it wrong, we'll look like we've believed something ridiculous. I don't believe that the best way of photographing giraffes at sunset is to disguise yourself as a giraffe. I just two actors fighting in a supermarket. But why? If you're pushing a range of sort of Italian delicatessen foods, are you going to imply that they give you gladiatorial strength?
Well, it's strength to kill somebody.
That's not what people are looking for in that kind of, in a nice bit of pastrami. But will it be able to give me the strength to murder?
And also, don't you think that John looks like the kind of bloke you would bump into at a Scottish wedding?
See, I know it sounds weird. I kind of believe Kate's version more. Yeah.
You think Lee? I think Lee. But what if it's Miles, then? Then that's awful, it's Miles, then. We're going to say Lee.
You're going to say Lee, the wedding, the bed, the night together. Yes! So, John, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm John, and I was once paid to fight Miles in a supermarket.
Yeah, John and Miles were paid to fight each other in a supermarket while dressed as gladiators.
This is a horrible, stupid game.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but against the clock. We will start with... David.
I like pens.
I know this! It's true! It's true!
I like pens, and I like to know where my pens are. For this reason, I have a 3-point pen policy.
What's your 3-point pen policy?
Well, point 1, I find it important to know where my pens are at any time. For example...
That covers all three, doesn't it?
This pen. No. Point 2 is to be hyper-aware of any pen that I've lent out. Point 3 is to take any opportunity within the bounds of a reasonable interpretation of the law to purloin or otherwise obtain pens.
Name 3 people who have currently got pens of yours that you want back.
There are no people who have pens of mine. A key part of point 2 is to get a pen back as soon as possible. When people say, oh, can I borrow your pen? What I want to say is, absolutely not! Get your own pen, this is mine! However, as part of a scheme I'm working on to try and seem normal would be an exaggeration, but, at least acceptable in broader society, I try not to say that. I try and seem casual about, oh, yeah, borrow my pen, that's fine. and then I'm thinking about it constantly until it is returned.
The pen that you've got with you tonight, is that your own pen or is that a BBC pen?
It is now my pen.
Pass me the pen.
I'd rather not.
Well, you have to. You have to pass me that. I will give it you back.
Yeah.
I will promise to give you the pen back within 5 minutes.
All right. OK, shall I...
Let's meet halfway.
All right.
It'll be the first time we've made physical contact in 5 years.
I'll see you.
Right, put the pen on the floor and step away. Step away from the pen.
You're going to destroy the pen.
I'm not going to destroy the pen. You've got such a cynical mind. Back away from the pen.
He's going to destroy it.
I'm not going to destroy the pen. That would be infantile. So this is a pen you got from the BBC today.
Yeah.
If I take this pen and say I'm keeping this pen, what will you do to get the pen back off me?
I will not fight you.
So what are you thinking, Lee?
It didn't seem much of a system, did it? That he's going to ask me to have the pen back, I'm going to say no, and he's going to leave it at that.
I'm so sorry.
It is fair to say we have created drama.
You had explicitly reassured him in front of witnesses that you would not break the pen.
I didn't believe him.
That is true.
I didn't believe him. I knew he'd break the pen. That pen, I'm afraid to say, and I hope this doesn't make me sound heartless, when I put that pen down there, it was dead to me.
Right, Lee, which way are you going? Is he telling the truth or was he telling a lie?
I bet you love pens. I bet you're pretty crazy about pens, but you do not have a 3-point system.
I think he might.
OK, Lee, take a guess. Truth or lie?
We'll say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. David Mitchell, the truth or a lie?
It is, in fact, true.
Yes, it's true. David does have a 3-point pen policy, so he knows where they are. Oh, that noise signals time is up and it's the end of the show, and I can reveal that Lee's team have won by 3 points to 2. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Miles Jupp. Yes, Miles Jupp. He has the face of a choir boy and the morals of a choir master. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show with tremendous truths and humongous lies. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a man whose TV show is called Richard Bacon's Beer and Pizza Club. Not only is it good fun, but if it comes on TV more than 5 minutes late, you get free garlic bread. It's Richard Bacon! And the man who gave us Touch the Truck, Pets Win Prizes and Hole in the Wall, yet still no BAFTA. It's Dale Winton! And on Lee Mack's team tonight, a TV presenter who's so immersed in the culture of horse racing, when she buys a new pair of shoes, it's all she can do to stop herself nailing them on. It's Claire Balding! And a comedian and star of the very realistic Call the Midwife. I didn't watch it myself. I just stayed the other side of the screen and offered encouragement. It's Miranda Hart! And so we begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. And to make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Dale is first up tonight.
OK. As a child, rather than sleeping with a comfort blanket or teddy bear, I slept with a potato.
Lee Mack, what do you think?
Was it the same potato, or did you have different potatoes over the years?
Well, that was the problem, because you get attached to a potato. So, when you get attached to a potato, it's rotting a bit, but it's your comfort. It's like your teddy bear's it smells of your old teddy bear, or whatever it happens to be. The potato is my favourite potato, and I used to draw on it.
So it was one potato the whole time?
The actual truth is, it was taken away from me, and I cried and I cried and I cried, but they threw it out. So it took me like another 3 or 4 weeks to get used to the new potato.
Dale, did they have names, your potatoes?
No.
You slept with a potato that you didn't even know its name?
Well...
Yes, slag!
Did you hug them? Did you have them close to your face?
I used to put it on the pillow like that, and I used to bash it.
Bash it? Why did you bash it? Is that how you show love, Dale?
What's the bashing?
Well, I used to like the dent it made in the pillow.
Oh, so you'd bash it onto the... and then you'd sleep...
And then I would take it out, so that's where you're going to bed later.
Be honest, Dale. Is the truth of this story that your parents would shout through the door, "What are you doing in there?" And you'd say, "Nothing, just bashing the potato"?
You haven't asked me why I stopped, and this is why you'll realise...
Oh, Dale, why did you stop?
Because Mrs. Marks, who was our next-door neighbour, I heard her talking to my mother in the driveway, and I heard Mrs. Marks say to my mother, "Is he still sleeping with a potato?" I think that they've been talking about it, and she probably said to Mrs. Marks, "Did any of your children ever want to sleep with a potato?"
So what are you thinking, Lee?
Miranda.
I sort of want it to be true, because he's so sweet.
Yeah. I do think the two winning things are that that's where you're going to sleep, and Mrs. Marks.
Well, do you know what?
Is he still
That's the
sleeping
thing.
with...
I think Mrs. Marks exists.
Yeah.
And I like Mrs. Marks. I like what she represents. She represents the sanity of the street.
And the beauty
Whereas
is...
the Wintons, they're all over the shop.
So what are you going to say, Lee? What's it going to be?
What do you think? Do you think it's true?
I do think it's
I
true.
think it's true.
All right, I'll go with my team and say that it's true.
You're saying it's true. OK. Dale Winton, the potato in the bed. Was it the truth or was it a lie?
I have slept with many things over the years, because I'm a very old man, but I have never slept with a potato. It's a lie!
Yes, it was a very convincing lie. As a child, Dale didn't sleep with a potato. Richard, you're next.
OK. When I worked in McDonald's, my long-term girlfriend joined the queue to my till, and when she got to the counter, she dumped me.
Lee. Lee.
So how old were you?
I was 18. I think I was 18.
OK, so you're 18 years old.
How long did you consider a long-term girlfriend to be when you were 18?
Well, she was actually my first girlfriend. Her name was, presumably is, Kate. Not in touch, she could have died. I mean, I don't know. You know, but,
yeah, look on the bright side.
Kay dumped you. Was she special?
She was.
It's a Special K joke. I'm not explaining it all. Am I allowed to mention Special K, Rob, or do I have to mention crunching on cornflakes?
Well, I think when it comes to breakfast cereals, there is one that stands head and shoulders above all the rest.
So how long was long-term?
2 years. But when you're 18, that's a long-term
Can you
relationship.
remember what she said to you?
I can't actually, Miranda, no. But what made it doubly heartbreaking was I loved that job, and...
What?
Well, you didn't get a sack, did you?
Well, no, but I loved the job, and then she came in and broke my heart at this place that meant so much to me, and that added to the emotional impact of what she said.
What was it about the job that you loved so much?
Let me tell you a fact about this place. This is amazing, right? The regular meat, which is the meat that goes in their signature burger, it goes from frozen to fully cooked in 44 seconds. I found this amazing.
Fascinating. Well, I wonder why she dumped you.
I
think we should get back to the girl.
Well, she got to the front of the queue, she dumped me there and then, and I left my station, didn't serve the other customers, and then I went to the storeroom and I sat on a box of gherkins. And I cried my eyes out.
Oh, that's gherkins for you, though.
Kate, paper in her order. She puts in her order and says, I would like burger and...
Okay.
Kate.
Oh, that changes everything.
What's her name?
Kate.
Hang on, Richard, what's her name?
Special K joke doesn't work. I didn't want to say anything.
No.
Kate.
Kate. I thought it deserved a bigger laugh.
I wondered why the hell you said it. You're always trying to work it round to crunchy nut. Leave him alone.
Why don't... Richard, you be young Richard, OK, at the counter of this fast food outlet.
OK.
David, you are a normal customer.
OK.
Dale is Kate.
Oh. Could I please have a fillet o fish, but with no cheese? Hold the cheese, and put the cheese on the chips, please.
But not with cheese and bread.
Excuse me, where are the toilets?
They're just... they're actually just next to my till, actually. The door's just about there.
I'll, see you later, Kate.
Oh, gosh, it's my girlfriend, Kate. Hello, Kate.
Well, I thought I'd come in and see you tonight. I haven't heard from you. Oh, what's funny about that?
Oh, it's Meryl Streep in The Iron Lady.
I'm afraid, Richard, it's over. You're just not my kind of guy.
Oh, beautiful. So what are you thinking, Lee? Does this sound credible to you?
I'm suddenly going truth, and I think he was dumped in a queue at said burger joint.
I find it staggering that he remembers all the facts that he remembers about how long it takes meat to defrost, and yet he cannot remember what she actually said
There's
when
an
she got
answer
to
to
the
that.
front of the queue.
But is he...
The answer to that is he's a man.
So, Lee, what's it going to be? Truth or lie?
Are we going... You're saying lie, Claire? Is that what you're saying? Miranda says true.
Yeah.
Go on, we'll go with Miranda and say it's true.
You're going to say it's true? OK. Richard Bacon, was that the truth or was it a lie?
That story is true.
Yes, it's true. When Richard worked in a fast food restaurant, his long-term girlfriend joined the queue to his till and dumped him when she got to the counter. And then, to rub salt in the wound, she ordered a Happy Meal. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. And it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guests, Robert and Will. So, Claire, what are Robert and Will to you?
This is Robert and Will. They do my garden, and to avoid the embarrassment of me ever getting them mixed up, I call them both Barry.
OK. Lee, how do you know Robert and Will?
This is Robert and Will. I once used them to convince an audience I could teleport people.
And finally, Miranda, your relationship with Robert and Will?
This is Robert and Will. I was a judge at the Identical Twins of the Year award, and they came third, but we had to disqualify them because it turns out they were two of triplets.
Wow. There we have it. So, Claire's green-fingered Barrys, Lee's teleporting twosome, or Miranda's cheating triplets. David, where'd you begin?
Explain the rationale behind the Identical Twins of the Year awards.
Well, I have to say, when I was asked to come along and judge, I was a little confused, but I think there's a sort of magazine or trade magazine, or it's part, or there was some...
A trade magazine? What's the trade?
Twins!
For the marketing of twins.
Twins.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've actually heard of the competition, yes. There is a competition to do with twins.
What do they have to do in the competition?
Well, there's the physical look-alike thing, like how much they look alike.
Okay. Right.
And then they also do kind of games like Mr. and Mrs. type games, so it's a personality thing as well.
How did they do? Did they win, or...?
No, they came third, but they were then disqualified.
What? Oh, because of the triplets thing?
Yeah. And we did see a third, but I didn't see it, but apparently there's a third one.
So the triplet turned up to this event?
Yes!
That's not exactly Moscow rules, is it?
The third one was picking them up to take them home. And was seen.
Claire, Robert and Will are your gardeners, and you call them both Barry. Isn't that a bit of sort of an affront to their individuality?
No, because the first time I did it, I said, would you like a cup of tea, Barry, love? And as soon as you put love on the end of it, they're fine with it. They just smiled and had a cup of tea, and they were fine. And do you know, a lot of... when sound engineers work a lot on outside broadcasts, they all call each other Percy. They all call each other Purse, and so they call me Purse as well, and I call them Purse, and I called them Barry.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they work with so many different people, they can't actually remember everyone's names.
Are you sure they're not trying to mug you?
Purse!
Purse!
Those nails, they're very clean for gardeners, aren't they?
Well, I hope they've had a bath before they've come tonight.
No, but they are pristine, beautiful, soft hands. I'm not coming on to you.
Richard, if you want to go and have a look, you can.
Thank you very much. I'd love to do that.
You're not allowed to touch, but you can look.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look, Dale? Would you like to?
Not
get up close?
particularly.
Really?
Oh, go on then.
I'm now not as attracted to these hands as I once was. There's actually some dirt under the nails.
All right. Don't touch, Dale. Just
Could
look.
you turn them over?
I feel I should have a look as well. Or it'll look unconscientious.
This here looks like it actually... That could be the remnants of soil.
They're not very big, so...
You know what your gardener's hands look like?
I don't know.
Unlike everyone else here, apparently, I don't have a gardener. I know you probably expect I'd have about 9.
What did you think of what you saw there, Richard? How did the hands rate for you?
That's actually really thrown me a little bit now, and I sort of slightly regret going over there, to be honest.
What did they look like?
Well, from this distance, they're beautiful, pristine, manicured hands, and actually close up, there's some dirt under the nails.
I hope to God these poor fellas are gardeners.
They're
not, by the way.
Lee.
Yeah.
Now...
You're going to bother going through this one, are you?
What was this particular show? You were trying to pretend to the audience that you were able to teleport people.
Correct.
Was it a stage show or a TV show?
Was it a stage show or a TV show?
Oh, that's funny. Are you an interpreter of Dale?
I thought you'd said it. I'd missed it, so I was asking my team captain.
So what's your friend saying, David?
What was it, a stage show or a TV show?
OK, it was a stage show.
And where was it on?
It was on at the Hackney Empire.
And when was it on?
It was on in the mid-90s.
And what was it called?
It was a new act competition for new people, and I thought, I'll do a magic trick because it'll impress everyone.
Yeah, make up for the comedy. What you say at the end? I'm sorry, everyone, but I can't teleport.
Talk me through the act. What did you do?
Good. Magic circle, love. Magic circle.
Right.
Can't tell you anything.
You don't have to tell us.
So, what's the illusion we're supposed to be seeing?
So I'm not going to tell you how much it's a magic circle. You're not going to say how you made it look as if you teleported.
Oh, no.
Oh, I see. You're very wise. We'll never...
I'm not giving away my secrets on television.
So go on, Lee. What did you do? You're there on the stage. The audience are enwrapped.
So I come on and I bring someone out the audience and then I put them in a box at one side of the stage, or in a cupboard, actually. I put them in a cupboard. And then I do a bit of the showbiz magic.
Yeah.
Said a few words, not remember now. Might be Alakazam. And then do the side, and then I open up a box, and out comes the first person who's gone in. Out the other. Well, it looks like that.
Yeah.
But clearly, he's already in the box. And he sits down, and the audience give me a big round of applause. So that's actually quite good. And he goes and sits down in the seat.
So you've done the teleport thing. Then what do you do?
Straight into the levitation. I'm not an idiot.
Actually, as a technique for a magic trick and trying to make it look as though someone's magicked across the room, it's actually quite clever using identical twins.
Do you still do it in the act,
Hey, don't tell me. Tell the judges that night.
How did you do?
Awful. Came third. Turns out I was a triplet.
Right, we need an answer. So, David's team. Are Robert and Will Claire's green-fingered Barrys, Lee's teleporting twosome, or Miranda's cheating triplets?
What do you think, Dale?
I think it's Lee. I think he's telling the truth.
OK, Richard, what about you?
I don't believe Lee, and they had a bit of soil on their hands. I think the gardeners.
David, what about you?
I don't think Lee did a random magic trick at the beginning of his tryout spot at the Hackney Empire in 1995. Maybe he did, but I don't believe it. So I think I agree with Richard. I think it's Claire.
You think it's Claire?
Yeah.
OK, here we go. Robert and Will, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Robert. I'm Will, and Lee tried to convince an audience that he could teleport.
Yes, Lee used Robert and Will to convince an audience he could teleport someone. Thank you very much, Robert and Will. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives. We start with... Lee.
Possession.
Right, there's a box under the desk, Lee. Now, I'd like you to take the item out of the box and hold the object, then read the card out, please.
This is my dibber. I donated it to the British Lawnmower Museum, where it is now a permanent exhibit.
Right. David.
What is a dibber?
What's a dibber? A dibber? That's a good question, David. And would you believe me if I was to say I don't know? But it's a
Yes, I would.
I'll mime it for you.
That's... Yeah.
Could be any of these.
Okay,
It's to do with gardening.
So what does your dibber do?
Pardon?
What does your dibber do?
Are you Fred Flintstone?
Answer the question. What does your dibber do?
Not 100% sure, but at a guess, I would say that a dibber is for pushing holes in the ground.
Yeah.
And then maybe popping something in there, like a seed.
I see. How did your dibber come to be in the British Lawnmower Museum?
I'll tell you, Inspector Morse. Have you ever been to Southport, my hometown?
I have, yes.
Oh, great. Can I start again?
Yes.
Right. I have never been to the British Lawnmower. I was online.
But it is in Southport.
It is in Southport,
Yeah.
that's true. And I did see it online.
What did you put into Google that came up?
Well, you don't want to know that. But I noticed that on the website there was a bit that said the tools of the rich and famous. Famous tools, that's what I typed in.
There is actually, I do know for a fact that there is a British Lawnmower Museum because I myself have donated a trowel.
You haven't?
I have, honestly, Rob. I donated a trowel.
What is this museum?
Surely they want a lawnmower.
So you saw the Lawnmower Museum online.
Online.
With a list of celebrity artefacts.
There was quite a few. There was Brian May from Queen had given a lawnmower. Joe Pasquale had given a strimmer.
So what happened then?
I thought that'd be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? Because it's my
Sorry,
hometown.
you saw that and you thought, I want a piece of that.
I want a piece of the action. Prince Charles, he gave something.
This is where the story's falling apart, because one is
No, that's not where the story's falling apart.
But one is asked to donate to... You don't...
I wanted to donate something. I thought it'd be quite nice to have something of mine, because it's my hometown.
So you picked up the phone?
I picked up the... You're still doubting my abilities, are you, Dave?
It is not... It is not your ability to make a phone call.
Who made the phone?
Are you seriously saying that the fact that you could have physically made this phone call means I should believe that you did? You say, look, I could have made the call, I'm physically capable, therefore it happened, David, end of story.
I picked up the phone, I phoned them up, I said, I'd like to donate something. They said, what have you got? I said, dibber.
You knew its name?
Well, actually, yes.
You knew its name, but you didn't know what it was for?
That's actually not true. I said...
So what did you say?
I took advice before the phone call.
From whom?
From who?
From whom?
I'm not doing it if you put an M at the end.
All right. From who?
Thank you. Who's putting the M at the end? Do you know what I mean? No one anymore.
Who did you take advice from?
I shall tell you.
You found a thing in the shed, you didn't know you owned it, you didn't know what it was. Who did you ask about it?
You want to know from who?
I want to know who you asked about that object in order to find out what it was called.
I shall tell you.
Well, please.
David Tennant, or as I call him, Doctor Who.
You asked... you asked Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
Who did you ask?
Tom Baker.
There are 7 billion humans on Earth. Please, let's not eliminate them one by one.
I asked my wife.
So, David, what do you think? Is Lee telling the truth or is he lying to us?
Dale?
I don't believe a word of it.
If it is true, it's one of the best acting performances I think I've ever seen.
Thank you.
You've got-
If it's true.
If it's true.
You think it's true?
No, I do not. No, it's a lie.
OK, David, what are you going to say?
We think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie. OK, Lee, truth or lie?
It is, in fact, true.
Not only is it true, but how exciting is this? We've got a picture. There it is, in situ, at the British Lawnmower Museum. Yes, incredible, isn't it, eh? Just a simple tool who donated his dibber to the British Lawnmower Museum. Next. It's Miranda.
I once embarrassed myself in front of the local vicar at Christmas.
Is that it?
Vague, isn't it?
Is that all we're getting?
Well, no, we can get more. What happened?
Well, it was Christmas, and the vicar had to come round to my aunt and uncle's, where I was having Christmas, sort of drinks, I think. I went to sit next to him and sat on the edge of a sofa. And as I sort of sat back like that, I broke enormous wind.
And did he say anything?
He sort of... It's here! No, I don't think he did, which is what made it so funny for me.
Why did you go over to sit next to the vicar to start with?
Because I think my sister was there, and I thought, oh no, she's been lumbered with the vicar. And I thought, oh, she might need some conversational help.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Which I sort of provided.
What direction was the vicar at this point?
I don't know if he was down or upwind, but he was involved.
Miranda.
I mean, he could...
You saw his hair move.
I think actually what I did was...
That is a great image.
I think I burst out laughing, did one of those laugh spits.
Laugh spits? So having farted at the man, you then spat on him?
You know when you go...
I did.
So it was like...
So what do you think, David? What are you going to say?
Miranda, the way you told the story at the beginning, I couldn't work out. You had a lot of pauses in there. Was that for effect, or were you thinking it up as you went along? And I think probably worth it, making it up as you went along. So I think it's probably a lie.
Dale, what do you think?
Miranda is like one of those fabulous people in the world who's uninhibited with no... Am I right? You're kind of like, oh, what the heck, I don't
My
care.
face is a mask.
So you think it's true, you think it's a lie?
Yeah.
I'll say I think it's true.
You think it's true? OK, Miranda. True?
It is actually true.
Yes, it's true. Miranda did embarrass herself in front of the local vicar. Next. Oh, it's me. When I'm in a play, as part of my nightly vocal warm-up, I perform sets of scales in the voice of a chimpanzee.
Okay, will you give us a quick rendition?
Of course. It's just, you just go through the scales as a chimpanzee.
Do you just do this for plays? Because I've been next to you in a dressing room, I think, for a gig, and I didn't hear chimpanzees.
I used to do a singing tape of oh, and then what? That was lovely.
That's lovely.
And la, la. That's really is lovely. Don't blow your nose.
Rob, where did you get this from? Who was it? Another celebrity that gave you the idea?
No, it was one night I was doing it, and the other actor said, when I started going, ooh, 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 to just relax, ooh, 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 he said, you sound like a chimpanzee. So then I went, ooh, 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 and I found it really opened up the diaphragm, and it actually worked.
Can you go the other way? Can you go from the high note
That's
down
what
to the
Dale
low?
was asking me earlier. Is he angry, Lee? Is he angry?
Well, it's hard to tell what colour his face is, but can you go... Can you go from the high note down...
Oh, excellent.
That is good.
Who was the actor who said you looked like a chimpanzee?
Miranda, you know very well he didn't say I looked like a chimpanzee. You're not going to trip me up like that. It was Kenneth Branagh.
Kenneth Branagh gave you this idea.
He did.
Yeah, laugh it up, Balding.
I know your reaction was...
The reaction was, how preposterous. The man with the breakfast cereal would be in a play with Kenneth Branagh. Yet it was true. So what are you thinking?
Mitchell, Winton, Bacon.
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Do you think it's true?
Oh, absolutely. He does it so well.
I think it would sort of help.
Yeah.
What about you?
Balding, Mack, Heart.
That sounds a series of illnesses, that to me. So... I'm afraid you've got balding Mack heart.
So what are you going to say?
I think he's probably lying.
I think it's true. Imagine
You're
you
saying
and
true,
Branagh
you're
in
saying
the
it's a
wings
lie.
having a right old hoot doing that together.
You say...
No, I'm going to go with Claire.
You're going to say lie?
Yeah.
You're saying lie? You're saying true?
True.
It is, in fact, a lie.
Well done,
It's a lie. When I'm in a play, I don't perform sets of scales in the voice of a chimpanzee. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that Lee's team have won by 4 points to 2. But, of course, it's not just a team game. And my individual liar of the week this week is Dale Winton. Yes, Dale Winton, a man who lies so much, I don't know how his wife and 3 children put up with it. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show teeming with tall tales and tantalising truths. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a comedian who once starred in a programme to find the world's most dangerous road. Turns out it's the one between Snappy Snaps and George Michael's house. It's Rod Gilbert! And a comedy actress currently on our screens in Miranda, who also co-created Smack the Pony, a sketch show that received critical acclaim, Emmy Awards, and a stern letter from the RSPCA. It's Sally Phillips. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, a showbiz legend whose TV show once drew an audience of 15 million people. Admittedly, there were only 2 channels and no remote control. Des O'Connor! And a lady who co-stars with Bruce Forsyth on Strictly Come Dancing, but she's here tonight in her own right, so there'll be no more mention of Brucey. It's nice to see her nice, Tess Daly! So to round 1, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with, and it's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Des, you're first up tonight.
For 3 days running, I accidentally ate cat food for dinner.
David's team.
Right. So, how did this happen?
It was an accident.
Yes. But it happened for 3 days, so we're looking at 9 meals.
I didn't eat every meal, but I ate on one of the meals, one at lunchtime, one at snack, and one at dinner, but not necessarily in that order.
And I'm assuming you thought the cat food was something else?
Why would you assume that?
Well, because otherwise, Des, it's not an accident.
Was it wet or dry cat food?
I'm not a cat. I don't know.
No, but as a highly evolved mammal, you do know the difference between wet and dry.
It depends what we're talking about.
Des, have you got a cat?
No.
There's a chink in this, isn't it? There's a little chink in this.
I would point out that this didn't happen at home, obviously.
Oh, right. Where did it happen?
Abroad.
Oh.
I was abroad in a foreign country.
Which foreign country, Des?
Which foreign country? I didn't see their flag, but I was...
How did you eventually find out that it was cat food?
I'd rented a place. It was in Spain, right? I'd rented a villa, and I had to go and do my own shopping. And I was walking around, and I saw these tins with a little fish on the side, and I thought, well, that'll do. I don't speak Spanish, not that well, anyway. And I brought it back, and I was opening it, and the lady who was doing the house went, no, meow, 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 meow.
What did you think it was, Des?
I thought it was a kind of fish.
Like a tuna, perhaps?
Yes.
I'm surprised there wasn't a picture of a cat on...
Why would there be a picture of cat?
They always have a picture of a cat.
You don't get a picture of a human on a pot noodle, do you?
You always have a picture of a cat on cat food. Always. Even in Spain.
Not always.
Always.
I can give you an example when there wasn't.
What?
Tell him again.
Right, David, what are you going to say? What's your guess here? Is he telling the truth?
Well, I'm beginning to think it's true, I must say. I'm sorry, Des.
I'm coming round to it.
OK, so David...
Yeah, I think it's true.
So, Des, are you telling the truth or telling a lie?
Well, they all think it's the truth, but it's the truth.
Yes, it's true. Des did accidentally eat cat food for dinner for 3 days running. It was his cleaner who first noticed something was wrong, namely that Des was licking himself clean in front of the fire and going to the toilet in a tray. Rod Gilbert, you're next.
I cannot go on airport travelators. The one and only time I did, I got so freaked out by how superhumanly fast I was walking, I had to be taken to the sick bay to calm down.
Lee, what do you think?
Right, I mean, just how fast would you say you were going?
Superhuman was the word I used.
OK, how fast would you define superhuman? Because I've got my own definition.
Have you? Well, what's yours?
I asked you first.
Let's just say it went very fast, I didn't like it.
So you're saying that you were on it, you had to be escorted off, taken to the sick bay?
I wasn't escorted off, I got off the end and then I sought assistance.
You felt nauseous, did you fall
That's
off?
right, I felt nauseous.
What's the difference between nauseous and nauseous? David, what's the difference between...
Excuse me, you could have asked me. Excuse me!
I'm
a human being!
I'm imagining you'll refer me to David. David, what's the difference between Is it simply pronunciation?
I think it's simply pronunciation, Rob.
Oh,
yes.
OK. Thank you, David. As you were.
Shall I tell you another thing I don't like? It freaks me out when escalators don't work. You know, when you go up an escalator and you get up and you're exhausted and your legs are burning and you walk, they don't work, it's more tiring than the stairs, yet when you get to the top, you still fly off the end like that. That freaks me out. I don't like that feeling of lack of control. The escalator doesn't work, and yet you still fly off the top. Why is that?
I don't think you do fly off the top. I think that's
No, you do fly off the top,
your
David.
brain telling you a
No,
lie.
my brain doesn't tell me anything. Honestly, it does happen.
Rod's brain does not tell him anything.
No.
Is that official, yeah?
What do you mean? It's not my brain telling me I'm
You're
flying off
saying
the
that
end.
we're on at the top of a stationary escalator, you in
Yes.
some way are thrown
Yes.
off the end of it
Yes.
as if it were...
As I described.
That's nothing to do with the electrical motor in the escalator that isn't turned on.
I'm not saying it is.
That's because you're using a certain amount of extra energy in order to go up some stairs,
Yes.
and then suddenly it seems easy to go on the... Well, you'll find that at the top of a normal flight of stairs.
No, you won't.
Yes, you will.
Nobody flies off the top of a normal stairs. Hang on a minute, let's have a go, shall we? Let's give it a little go. Oh, you're right, David. Oh, you're right. You're quite right. What are you on about?
What I'm going to tell you now, Rod, you may not be ready to hear. But the feeling of getting to the top of a normal flight of stairs
It's not the same.
and the feeling of getting to the top of an
Rubbish.
escalator that
Rubbish.
is not turned on
Rubbish.
is
Rubbish.
the same.
It's not.
It is the same.
It's not.
It is the
It's
same.
not.
This is madness.
Well, you're saying... You started off saying it's
I'm not going to discuss it anymore. I've told you the information. At some point, you will accept it.
Yes.
Rob, you're on this travelator, OK?
I was, yeah.
And you didn't like the fact that you were going so fast. Would that be a fair assessment?
Well, that's exactly what I said, so yes.
Yes. Why didn't you stop walking so you weren't going as fast?
I just don't like the way they kind of bump.
Tell you what.
They kind of shift along. I just don't like that.
Oh, it's the
feeling.
up and down motion.
Well, there's a
Why
little
didn't you-
cushion padding in it, yes.
You could have walked backwards and then you'd been standing still.
Yes, I know, but
if you judge the speed right.
All right, but I had a plane to catch, David.
So what do you think, Lee?
Tess, what do you think?
Well, I'm trying to read his body language, because I'm a woman and we do intuition very well. He's very laid back. He seems very committed.
Very
I think
committed,
he might
very
be telling the
confident,
truth.
very laid back.
Yes.
What about you,
I
Des?
just think he's telling the truth.
I think he is.
Thank you, Des.
I think he might be telling the truth.
You're saying true?
Am I?
True.
True. True. Rod, truth or lie?
It is a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Of course, Rod can use airport travelators. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Tony. Welcome, Tony. Rod, what is Tony to you?
This is Tony, and for 5 years he was my badminton doubles partner.
Right. Sally, what is your relationship with Tony?
This is my uncle Tony, and last year I asked to have a go on his mobility scooter, and I drove it into a pond and wrote it off.
Right. Finally, David, how do you know Tony?
This is Tony, and when I was little, he used to help me get to sleep by telling me bedtime stories about the war.
Isn't that lovely? There we are. So, Rod's badminton buddy, Sally's scooterless uncle, or David's bedtime storyteller. Lee, before you start asking, I'm going to bring a chair on for you, and you can have a lovely sit down there. There we are. You relax there. Lee.
Sally, does he use the mobility scooter a lot?
Quite a lot. He's had 2 hip replacements.
So he can get by without the fact that he walked on
Yes.
5 to 9
Yeah,
is...
sure.
He can get by.
I don't think they're just for old people. You know, I've got a bath with a door. I think it's nice.
That was more a DIY mishap, though, wasn't it?
No, I think it's nice. Just open the door, step in, wait for 19 or 20 minutes while it slowly fills up in the freezing cold. I think it's lovely.
Why did you take the mobility scooter in the first place?
Because I was going to play a psychopath in a film, or a psychopath on a mobility scooter. And I said, can I have a go? Because I can't drive a car.
Sally, how far did you drive before you went into the pond? What was the distance?
I didn't know I had it in reverse.
So you were very close to the pond?
So I wasn't far from the pond, but it was facing that way.
Right.
And I took it out of park the wrong way and went backwards.
Oh,
Was
into
your
the
uncle
pond.
with you at the time?
Yes.
How much instruction did Tony give you before you got on the mobility scooter?
Well, that he thought, as he said afterwards over tea, many, many times, that it was quite self-evident how one drove this thing. He said all it had was it's got a little, gear tiller, and he thought that even a nincompoop...
Backwards or forwards, that's about
Did you
it.
say gear tiller?
Yes, well...
That's a nautical expression. But you obviously felt, on some subconscious level, more comfortable at sea.
Did you buy your Uncle Tony another mobility
I did.
scooter?
How much was that mobility scooter?
Yes, how much was that mobility scooter?
It was £1,500.
For a brand new mobility scooter?
For a brand new one?
Yes, because it...
Hang on, is that right, Des? Should we move on to Rob?
How long ago were they that you were playing badminton as doubles?
That we were doubles partners?
Yes. How many years
10,
ago?
15 years.
You were... and when did this end? When did this end?
We had to stop because I was getting on a bit.
And how did your partnership begin?
Well, we played for the same club.
What was the club called?
It was in West London.
West London, go on.
Yeah,
You can't remember the name of the club?
It was called Old Actonians.
Old Actonians Badminton Club?
Well, yes.
Did you wear the full gear, short shorts and, you know, looking...
No, I wore a miner's helmet and he wore a frogman's outfit. Of course we did, Des.
Did you ever win anything yourself and Tony?
We won a lot, yeah.
And why did you come about playing together then? Why didn't you go for someone, no disrespect to Tony, why didn't you go for someone a bit
Because
more...
we complimented each other's game.
When you say you complimented each other's game, you went, you're good, so are you. Come on.
Out of you two badminton players, Rod, who would you say was the better?
Tony was a much, much better player than me. Tony played for England.
This started out, we were just knocking around in a West London club. Now, he is the Rafael Nadal of badminton.
Why, if he played for England, and he was so good, why is he choosing you to partner him?
I think it would be fair, and Tony wouldn't mind me saying that when I played with him, he'd have been probably I think he was in his early 70s.
Whoa, when you were playing with him?
When I was playing with him, yeah.
OK. The prime age for badminton, particularly international level. OK, David, what's your connection with Tony? What's your
He lived next door when I was little.
And he read your bedtime stories?
He would occasionally babysit for me and my brother and...
It's feasible.
Made up, or was it... This was just his stories from the war?
Not out of a book, but ostensibly true.
Did he ever just shout them through the wall?
Surrounded by Germans, and so, basically...
I'm trying to get to sleep.
I don't care!
How old were you?
I think I would have been...
23.
I think it's around the time I was sort of 5, 6, 7, that sort of...
It could happen. I had another neighbour who would sing me nursery rhymes and bounce me on the knee and...
Am I the only one who had parents? Yeah. What's going on here?
I think perhaps what it was, Lee, with you, is that your parents found it very hard to find any other adult who was willing to take sole responsibility for you. Now, let me ask you this. Would Tony ever come round not for babysitting, but just to tell you some of these stories? Or would it only happen when he was babysitting?
I think it started when he was babysitting, but he'd come round quite a bit anyway with my parents.
David, you just did an upwards inflection. I've never heard you do that before. That's so not like you. Right? Sometimes he would come round anyway. What's happened to you?
I'm on national television. I'm getting a bit defensive about talking about my abuse-ridden childhood. That's all.
Of all the war stories that he told you that helped you go to sleep, what would you say was your favourite?
Well, I think the thing that I found most interesting was the story Tony told about his mother, who during the war worked in the library in Oxford.
This is the interesting one.
And what she had to do was they had to compile and analyse and place photographs of the Japanese coastline.
I'll tell you what, it's getting better. Carry on.
In preparation for an invasion of Japan.
And you said, thank you, as a 5-year-old. I mean, that's very interesting.
No, because by the end of the story, I was asleep.
It's time for an answer, Lee. So, is Tony...
So I'm still trying to get the idea in my head of just passing David's door and hearing a man in cycling. I mean, obviously, with the coastal line of Tokyo, it's very hard to determine whether we should have a land invasion or by... oh, you're asleep. Oh, OK.
My job is
Nighty-night. Sleep tight. Don't let the Japanese invade.
I think, Rod, we can discount. There were too many flaws.
I agree with you. I think it's one of the other two. And I got a horrible feeling that it's David in the middle there.
I know which one David is.
All right, what about the mobility scooter with Sally?
Have you ever taken your driving test?
No, I've never even taken it.
Never learned to drive.
You can't emphasise the word even if it's the same thing. Have you ever taken your driving test? I've not even taken it.
So Lee's team, is Tony Rod's badminton buddy, Sally's scooterless uncle, or David's bedtime storyteller? What are you going to say?
It's not Rod.
It is. Tess, what are you going for?
Sally.
Sally?
I think David.
And in a weird way, I've now gone back to Rod. see it in his little Welsh eyes. But you're not. In his little devious Welsh eyes. And trust me, if there's one thing I know about working on this show, it's a little devious Welsh eyes. Rod or Sally?
Or Sally?
It's Sally.
Sally?
Yeah, it's Sally.
It's Sally.
Sally, right. Tony, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Tony, and Rod was my badminton partner for 5 years.
Yes, Tony was Rod's badminton doubles partner. Tony, thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. And we start with... It's Lee.
Oh. Possession.
Right, well, in that case, step this way and take the card, read the card to us, and then when you've done that, you can reveal your possession.
In Thailand, I paid £200 to have my portrait painted by a monkey. This is that portrait.
All right.
Can I give you that?
David, what do you think?
There you go.
Treasure it.
What colour shirt were you wearing?
You probably want to ask less what colour shirt I was wearing and what colours were available to the monkey at the time.
You don't particularly remember it being green?
No, and I don't
Were you
remember having
eating-
4 green ears either.
And what colours were available to the monkey? Blue, red, green, and its own excrement?
That's my face!
Can I just say, I was recently at a zoo where I was painting with chimps. In the North Wales, in the Colwyn Bay Mountain Zoo in Wales, and I tried to get them to paint stuff, and there's no way that they would have done that well.
I'm not being racist, but that's your Welsh chimp. That's all I'm saying.
How big was the chimp?
Well, let me remember now. He was sort of like this. I'd say he was about that big sat down.
Yeah.
So that plus a couple of chimp's legs.
I honestly don't think that a monkey... There's a sort of mouth on that, and his eyes, there's 2 blue blobs of eyes.
The monkey
monkeys can't do that.
You think it's too good, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the resemblance is too strong. You've even got your little squinty cockeyed eyes.
Don't push your luck. Things I have to put up with on the show. You're wondering why it's like this, OK?
No, it's him did it. I'm not wondering why.
It could have been better, but he was a surrealist.
David, what are you going to say? Is this monkey story true?
I think it's a lie. I think it's an absolutely pointless act to get a monkey to paint a picture of you, and I think Lee would also have thought that.
I think Rod thinks it's a lie. We know that. Sally?
He looks like a hard man.
Okay.
He wouldn't be easily...
So, David, you
Fooled
saying
by
lie?
it.
I think we all think it's a lie,
OK.
yeah.
Lee?
I'm sorry, but it feels weird being up and not being able to press something. Do you mind?
Not at all.
It is, in fact, a lie.
Yes, what a surprise. It was a lie. Lee
Of course
didn't...
it's a lie. How am I supposed to sell that as a truth? Do you know what? I'm glad it's not mine. How am I supposed to have a chance?
My 4-year-old son is watching. Thanks for doing it, and I'll fix it, and I'll bring it home.
And tell him I want me 200 quid back on that monkey suit.
Yes, it was, of course, a lie. Lee didn't pay £200 to have his portrait painted by a monkey in Thailand. I mean, why would a dumb, hairy beast who spends all day throwing his feces at the wall and scratching his bottom want a portrait from a monkey? And next, it's Sally. Out loud, Sally.
Because he swims in our local pool, my husband and I play a game over text called I've Just Been in the Water with Trevor McDonald. I'm currently beating him 3-2.
Well, I mean, it sounds plausible.
Did I have a couple of little blackouts in that sense?
I suppose there might be some people watching who aren't aware of who Sir Trevor McDonald is. He's the esteemed newsreader and journalist, just in case. So there could be some young, you know, people who don't know who he is.
So if you go swimming and Trevor McDonald's in there, you get a point. That's the rules, right?
Yeah.
Do you live near him?
I do live near him.
Do you ever talk to Trevor McDonald?
Not really. I sort of made eye contact with him when we were both buying fireworks once.
You didn't bother playing the game, I've made eye contact with Trevor McDonald in a fireworks, so I didn't catch on.
No, because it's important that he's in the water.
Sally, who saw him first?
My husband saw him first, because I'm quite short-sighted, as you can see.
And was he swimming? Was he swimming?
Yes, he was swimming. And...
And what?
He wears nose clips.
Is he? Are you concerned that he's going to watch this programme and this is now going to be awkward?
It's going to be out. I am a bit concerned. I tell you, the person who'll be really gutted is my dad, who says hello to him in the supermarket. So...
He's got his own game going on with your mum, I think.
My dad's name-dropping Trevor McDonald said hello to, you know, by the onions, and so we started going on better and saying
You live in a very small little village, don't you?
You know this is true, don't you?
Yes, of course. Because we live quite near each other in show business land.
Yes.
There's a swimming pool, a fireworks shop and a supermarket.
It's a lovely place.
Is he a serious swimmer doing laps? You know, he's in there having a serious...
Yeah, it goes up and down.
What do you mean on the spot?
Up and down would signify sinking and desperately trying to... You mean back and forth?
He does lengths. He goes
lengths.
What's his stroke?
You know what
He alternates.
He alternates between what?
Between breaststroke and front crawl.
See,
Which do you prefer?
Which way? I'm afraid I have to do breaststroke.
You're a breaststroker.
I can't get
Well, you've got to keep your head above the water, haven't you, to look out for newsreaders?
So what do you think, then, Lee? What do you think? Is Sally telling the truth?
I think you're making it up. I think it's a fib.
What do you think?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yeah, I think it's true.
Oh, I'll go for true.
You're saying true?
Yes.
OK. Sally Phillips, truth or lie?
It is a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Sally and her husband don't play a game over the text called I've Just Been in the Water with Trevor McDonald. Next. It's David.
On a wall in my flat, there is a mysterious red switch. I have no idea what it does because I have never pressed it and refuse to do so.
Right, mysterious red switches. Lee.
Where's the switch?
It's on the wall. Sort of not directly, but slightly behind the television.
Haven't you just had to be tempted to touch it? See what it does?
It's not that distracting. It's, you know, it's bright red. I'd say it's about maybe 3/4 of an inch or an inch wide.
It sounds like one of those cooker switches, doesn't it?
It's a bit like that sort of switch. It's sort of cocked up in a sort of inviting way that you might want to give a tweak
so
to.
It's in an upward position. You'd have to flick it down.
Exactly.
Oh, that's always more scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is your house...
If it were down, I'd assume that whatever it does was happening.
Right, and
I'd be afraid to turn it off.
That would be
because
awful.
I might need it. You know, it might turn the oxygen off.
You've never gone near it? You've never touched it?
Gone near it?
But you've never been
I've gone very near it. I don't live in a very large flat. I can't cordon off a whole area of the living room just because of the proximity of a mysterious switch. I need that space.
How long have you been in your flat and ignored this switch?
Well, I've moved into the flat about 11 years ago.
That's a long time to ignore a switch.
But sometimes I do other things. It's not just been solidly ignoring the switch 24 hours a day.
How is your granddad's dialysis machine going at the moment?
So, Lee, what are you going to say? This mysterious switch, is it true?
I started believing it because I thought, yeah, you do have those switches in your house and you don't know what they're for. I've got them.
But you'd have to flick the switch, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd have to flick
the switch.
I would be flicking that switch.
You can't not fiddle, can you? It's there, you've got to play with it.
Yes, well, you know...
I remember seeing an episode of this show when David talked about his bedroom door, didn't have a door handle on it. He had to claw his door open every single time he opened his bedroom door.
Yeah.
So therefore, he's not going to bother about a switch.
No, he lives in a slum,
He's going to
doesn't he?
leave the... Yeah, basically, yes, he does.
He lives in a slum.
So I say it's true.
If they paid proper repeat fees on Dave, it would be different.
So, Lee, what are you going to say? Truth or lie?
Des.
He's telling a lie.
You think he's telling a lie?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I don't think he can ignore that. Look at that intelligent face. Look at that beard now. He does look like a professor.
He hasn't got a bedroom door handle, Des.
How do you know?
How do you know?
Because I've watched...
So, truth or lie?
I think I will go with Tess and say it's true.
You're saying it's true? David, truth or lie?
It is true.
Yes!
Yes, it's true. David does have a mysterious red switch on the wall of his flat which he's never pressed. Oh, and that sound signals time is up, and it's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team have won by 5 points to 1. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Sally Phillips. Yes, Sally Phillips, who's given us more barefaced cheek than a leapfrog competition at a nudist colony. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show where deceit and dishonesty is applauded and rewarded. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a woman with a thing for athletic men and sporting talent. Look out, David, it's sports presenter Gabby Logan. And an actor and writer who created the series Outnumbered, a sitcom about living with unruly juveniles. So he'll be right at home tonight. It's Andy Hamilton. And over on Lee Mack's team tonight, she's been in countless fights, been kidnapped by her own husband and had an affair with her GP. And that was just on the way here tonight. All the way from Albert Square, EastEnders, Diane Parish. And the doctor who pokes and prods the patients on his TV show Embarrassing Bodies. Forgive me if I don't shake hands. It's Dr. Christian Jessen. And so we begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. Now, to make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. And it's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Now, Gabby, you're first up tonight. Off you go.
When I want to remember something late at night, instead of writing it down, I just grab an object from my bedside table and throw it across the room.
There we are. Lee, what do you think?
So what's the theory behind that?
Well, I think that if I throw it in the morning, I'll remember what it was that I was trying to remember.
So, for example, if you were lying in bed and you were thinking, I must remember tomorrow to pick up the pillow, you'd get the pillow, you'd throw it...
Have you experimented with slightly easier techniques of remembering stuff, like pen and paper, maybe?
It is quite odd to throw things, but actually, in a way, having a pen and paper next to your bed, I would say is odder. I'd be more freaked out like it was some sort of marking system.
Is that why there's pen and paper next to the beds in hotels? It's in case people want to mark each other.
It's not just for countdown, David. When was the last time you did it?
Do you remember?
No, I was just...
Sorry, what was that? What was that?
That was an odd moment, wasn't it?
First of all, we're trying to work out which of the two of you she's looking at. If indeed, was it both?
What happened there is I considered saying something and then stopped myself. I thought before anyone had noticed I'd considered saying something.
And I, comedic effect, pretended that we were sleeping together.
Trust me, we knew it was for comedic effect.
Yeah. It's the only reason anyone ever does sleep with me.
So, no, the last time time that I did it was to remember, I think I hadn't done my kids' school lunch boxes, so it was to remember to do their lunch boxes.
Right. Does it have to be something related? So if it's to remember to book a taxi, do you throw a model taxi onto the floor? Is it something that will there be a clue? Will the clue be there as we go through?
The clue is when
I'm doing David Frost.
Somehow, when I trip over them in the morning, it just immediately triggers.
So, Lee, what's it going to be?
I think it's a 50-50 one, this.
Well.
Oh,
50-50.
no. Sorry.
What would your percentage balance be?
I think 100% it's a lie.
That's a big call.
Which way are you leaning, Christian?
Oh.
Oh, for heaven's sake, please, must this be a festival of smut?
I suspect it's probably true.
I think I'm going to lean more towards Christian and say that is true.
You're saying true. OK, Gabby, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I was telling the truth.
Yes, it's true. Whenever Gabby wants to remember something late at night, she grabs an object from her bedside table and she throws it across the room. Andy, you're next.
I used to write and hand in homework for an imaginary classmate.
So, you used to do homework for an imaginary classmate and hand it in to the teacher?
Yeah.
For a pupil that he didn't have because they were imaginary?
That's right. It was a collective effort.
Who was the group of collectives?
It was the class.
Are they real friends, the class, or are they...?
Yeah, with names and everything. Real
Did he
people.
have a name? What was his name?
He must have had a name, but I can't remember what the name was. One of our class was quite enterprising. This teacher was new. He was a French teacher. He came in and he read the register, and one kid went, "Oh, sir, you've missed out," I don't know, call him Fisher for narrative purposes. Yeah. And so this guy wrote in an additional name in his register.
And then you kept the pretence of this boy up by doing his homework for him and handing it in?
Yeah.
And just out of interest, this teacher, when he handed the homework back, did he come up to you and go, "Give that to Fisher"?
Well, that would have been a problem.
Right.
But he wasn't a great teacher. He couldn't remember my name. I sat near the window, so he called me Windows.
Was he a French teacher, did you say?
Yeah.
He didn't call you Windows, then?
Well, he did. He didn't call me Fenêtre, he called me Windows, because...
Often the very best French teachers speak English as well.
Yeah.
Who sit his exams for him, though? You couldn't sit his exam papers.
He was off sick quite a lot.
Oh, right. So at which point did you own up and say that, sir, Fisher...
Yeah,
We've killed Fisher. He was doing too well. We were so envious.
He never found out, and the school decided to let him go. And then the deputy headmaster, as I recall, came in and ticked us off and said that he wasn't prepared to tolerate fictional children at his school. I think that's what he said.
So, Lee, Mack, what are you thinking?
I can't believe it, because I just don't think kids would create that much work for themselves.
There's a lot of factors that have to be true here. There has to be. They all get together and agree to do it. Yeah. We have to believe the teacher never looks up during the register.
Yeah.
And that
Well,
no one
Fisher was off a lot. Fisher wasn't there every morning.
Fisher was never there, Andy.
Andy, can I ask, what's Fisher doing now?
The awful thing is, for a moment there, I tried to think. I actually...
Time to take a guess, Lee. What are you going to say?
Oh, well, trust me, this won't be a guess.
This is not true.
Not true?
If it is, I'm worried for Fisher's welfare.
No, Fisher doesn't exist. Leave me alone.
I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight thinking about Fisher.
There is no Fisher.
Come on, Lee, what's it going to be? Truth or lie?
Lie.
Let's put Fisher quietly to rest and say it's a lie.
OK, it's a lie.
It's a lie. OK. Andy, is it true or is it a lie?
There is no Fisher, but it is True.
So what happened to Fisher then?
Yes, it's true. Andy did write and hand in homework for an imaginary classmate. Now, remember, it's funny to have imaginary friends at school, but when you start signing on for them, it's fraud. Diane, you're next.
When I travel by tube, I like to see how many strangers I can make yawn by yawning myself. My record is 9 in one carriage.
David's team.
Well, let's see how good you are at faking a yawn.
Oh, that's good.
Although I have been speaking, so it's not a test.
Gabby's gone. Gabby's gone.
I will. Yeah.
I'm feeling a bit.
I yawned earlier when you were talking about it earlier.
That's good, David. Brilliant.
This would be great for the trail. Coming up on BBC One.
Yeah.
Your record was, what was it?
9.
9, and how long a tube journey was that?
I think I started at Cockfosters, and I think I'd ended up at Piccadilly Circus. I remember where I was going, actually.
You started at Cockfosters?
That's the end of the line, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, the end of the line.
Do you live at Cockfosters?
I live thereabouts.
The reason I'm inquiring about Cockfosters is that obviously it's a well-known station name.
Yes.
Because all of the Piccadilly line trains going in one direction are going to Cockfosters. And I think
going from Cockfosters is
or going from. Obviously,
madness
I'm aware that you have to. The same number of trains have to come from there as go to there. Otherwise, they'll end up stockpiling. Now, I'm not denying that many trains emanate from Cockfosters. What I'm thinking, though, is that you were thinking, oh, what tube journey could this have been? And the name Cockfosters came into your head because you've seen it so many times on the display in the station. And that's making me think that you're lying.
When I say to people about that end of the line, people it's like it's Brigadoon. It's not, it's there. Yeah. People live there, there are lovely houses.
No. Cockfosters is a fictional place. Like
That's where Fisher lives.
When you yawn, Diane, do you, in order to draw attention to the fact that you're yawning and spread your yawn, more effectively, do you make any noise? Do you just do a...
Yawning isn't the noisiest of...
Oh, you can do it noisy. I do it. I do it to...
So I yawn. My wife loves it.
For the great... That's all. Yawn like...
That's all yawn.
That's not more! I often say when I yawn. Kill me now! I say when I'm tired.
Diane, one thing that troubles me about this is that you are, because of EastEnders, a very recognisable face.
Yeah.
I would have thought you'd be wanting to...
We yawn.
Not draw... Well, I'm not saying nobody in EastEnders yawns. Certainly the viewers, for one. What I'm saying is... What I'm saying is that someone who is in the public eye often doesn't want to draw attention to themselves.
Interesting enough, of course, if you're yawning, you look less like yourself. So it could be a way of not drawing attention to yourself by going...
I don't think, Lee, that at any point...
I genuinely do that. If I'm in a situation, like, where there's... It's not often it happens, but people recognise me, I'll slightly change the shape of my face. I'll sort of go... You, Lee Mack, I'll go... My name's Fisher. I live in Cockfosters.
So what are you going to say, David?
It could be true. My instinct is that it's not.
I know. I think she was so genuinely enthusiastic when she told it. And if she's only just seen that and it's a lie, then I'm not sure she'd have quite that enthusiasm.
But she is an actress.
Yeah.
You know,
in EastEnders.
How very I'm going,
You think it's... So your instinct is it's true, and your instinct is it isn't?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it's not true. That's my instinct.
OK, so I'm 2 to 1. I'm
so we're going to say we think it's a lie.
Diane, truth or lie?
It's a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Diane Diane does not see how many strangers she can make yawn when she travels by tube. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Kevin. So, first of all, Christian, what is Kevin to you?
Well, this is Kevin, and he's the surgeon who performed the operation after I swallowed one of the pieces from the board game Operation.
Diane, could you explain how you know Kevin?
This was Kevin, but he is such a big EastEnders fan that last year he changed his name by deed poll to Albert Square.
So, finally, Lee, your relationship with Kevin.
This is Kevin. He has worked as my bum double.
There we are. So, Christian's toy surgeon, Diane's real-life Albert Square, or Lee's cheeky friend. David's team, where do you want to start?
Well, yeah, what a barrage of plausibility. Christian, what piece from Operation was inside you?
It was the wishbone.
How old were you when you swallowed the wishbone?
About 23.
Why did you swallow it then?
Well, we were at medical school. And it was a sort of a dare. I have a friend who has, should we say he's got a tremor. I bet him, I said, you cannot remove all of the pieces from Operation without setting off the big red buzzy nose. And if you can, I will swallow a piece of your choice.
We've got a picture here just to show you. You had little metal pincers and you had to get the little plastic pieces. There was the Adam's apple, the broken heart.
What's the scale of this?
It's
How long is...
It's about yay big.
So the wishbone thing, that's the thing...
Oh, it's small.
Small. Where did it get stuck?
It got stuck in my lower esophagus. And the next day, I had a sharp pain and I coughed and a little bit of blood sort of puked up a little bit.
I'm feeling a bit faint now. OK, a bit of blood. Nothing. It's not going to get worse, is it, than blood?
Well, yeah. It would if I'd left it.
So this blood was coming from your stomach?
It had just stuck in the side of the esophagus.
Yeah, but it must have... You don't just... It must have cut something, doesn't it? You don't just bring blood up with things being stuck, do you?
Oh, Phil will.
Well, you have a sphincter at the lower end of your esophagus that stops food coming up into it. Yeah? And that sphincter had closed onto this spiky little bit of plastic, and that's exactly what happened.
So it's all right. So it's just like a shoe getting caught in a door.
And what sort of procedure was it to have it removed? Do they have to hack you open, pull the flesh back off, take a big hand, a big claw, blood just coming out like that, spurting over the face of the surgeon. There's blood everywhere. They're reaching and pulling out organs and intestines, and then a little creature looks right, and then they get the little piece. Or was it keyhole?
Was it just a small camera with a little grabber on the end that went down there and grabbed it and pulled it out?
OK, so do you want to move on to another suspect?
Yes. Diane. Kevin's name is now Albert Square.
Yeah.
How did you come to meet such a weird person?
He's a fan of the show. We see our fans a lot. Kevin waits outside... Sorry, Albert waits outside Elstree Studios for us to drive in and out, and we stop and we sign autographs.
And he has cufflinks on, I notice. Unusual, isn't it, for a fan to kind of hang outside the show? Well, no, somebody who stands outside of Elstree, I wouldn't imagine him to be kind of
perfectly decent, good people. What are you saying?
Well, he is dressed at the moment, I would say, more like...
He's not one of the
somebody who has an office job, and those hours don't necessarily collude with filming times.
Very clever.
Does he look like a surgeon to you?
Could be a surgeon.
Could be a surgeon.
Yes.
Can I just say, if we're talking about his looks, he's got a nice bum.
What did he say what he was hoping to achieve through changing his name?
This is the thing. I mean, there are people that absolutely love the show, and this is just something... I can't explain it for you.
You see, I would say the the standard response to loving the show would be to watch the show.
Fans do weird things, though, don't they?
Right, so, Lee.
Yes?
In which of your glamorous film roles was a bum double required?
It wasn't a film role. It was in my situation comedy, Not Going Out. You may have heard of it. Don't clap. If he has to start it, it doesn't count.
What is wrong with your bottom?
There's nothing wrong with my bottom.
Why couldn't they use your bum?
I didn't want to get my bum out on national television. It's fair enough, innit?
Why should Kevin have to get his? Sorry, Albert have to get his out.
No, it's Kevin. If it's the bum, it's Kevin. Unless they're all true. A brilliant surgeon becomes obsessed with EastEnders.
What was the scene?
The character I play, she's very similar to me, actually.
Yeah.
Was in an adult movie, and at the end, I was hung upside down and whipped by a lady also playing someone in the adult movie industry.
Could Kevin turn around so we could see his bottom?
Yes, Kevin would. Would you turn around, please, Kevin, so we could see your bottom? Thank you. And would you like Lee to...
Could you, Lee, please stand up and turn
Lee,
around
would
so
you
we
come
can
and
see
stand?
your...
Of course, no problems at all.
Can you turn around and lift your jacket up?
This is like a really strange police lineup, isn't it?
Lee's bottom is about half a size bigger than
You
Kevin's.
what?
Has this episode gone out, Lee? Or is
I don't know, but if the question that you asked about us getting up doesn't get in, they'll just think I'm having a wee break. It's all right, isn't it? The hand dryers are broken, by the way.
Are you satisfied? Kevin, you can turn back round now. Thank you very much. So what are you thinking?
I think he's called Albert Square.
Yeah.
You think it's Christian, don't you?
I did think it was Christian. I'm between Christian and Lee.
But the bet is odd. I'll swallow one of these bits of plastic.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I believe that.
Well, the thing is, there's no massive logical problem with any of those. They're all stories
They're all
that
good
sort
stories,
of hold water, but also are unusual. How entertaining for the nation. It could be any of them. Could be any of them. I think when you don't know, you should pick the middle one. Lee.
So you're saying it's Lee?
Yeah.
OK. So, Kevin, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Kevin, and I did indeed play Lee's bottom double in Not Going Out.
Yes, Kevin was Lee's bum double, and, excitingly, we've got a picture. Look at that. That is...
You didn't mention the donkey.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Pete.
Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives. We start with... Lee.
I shaved off a beard I had been growing for weeks because I didn't want David to think I was copying him.
David. On the team with two beards.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
About 2 months ago.
What was it that alerted you to the fact that I had grown a beard?
Well, I looked at you and you had a beard. Are you all right? Are you having a breakdown?
Were you ever together in the same room with beards?
We did a radio show together, and you had a beard, and then he doesn't remember the radio show. Look at his eyes, glazed over. Who the hell is this man? I thought he was my driver. Do you recognise me now? Hello, Mr. Davis, sir. Nice beard. And then a couple of months later, I don't know if you remember this or not, but I invited you round to my house for dinner.
Yes, I remember that.
Thank God for that. And you came.
I was there as well.
Rob was there too.
What a cosy picture we're painting.
Yes. We were all there, all together, and we sat in this position. I sat on my table. Rob there. David was sat on the other room.
And at that point, had you shaved your beard off?
I have a beard quite a lot when I'm at home, when I'm not doing a telly show. And then I'll get rid of it if I'm doing a telly show. And I said something to my wife like, actually, David's got a beard. He might think I've grown a beard to copy him. And I just said that as a joke, but it festered.
So many of your jokes do.
So I thought, I'll give him a bit of a chance. I'll shave the beard off so he doesn't think, and there's no unsaid tension.
So you shaved it off there and then?
I shaved it off about 10 minutes before you came round.
So what are you going to say, David? Truth or lie?
It's a very caring portrait of himself.
Yeah, it is. You might have thought about that before you came on, Andy, actually.
It seems that Lee's very worried about your feelings. I mean, it's very touching.
I wouldn't go that far.
OK, David.
I think we think it's true. Yeah.
All right. Lee, truth or lie?
It is, in fact, true.
Yes, it's true. Lee did shave off his beard because he didn't want David to think he was copying him. Next. It's Christian.
Possession.
OK, now look at that thing next to you with a drape over it. First of all, pop that up onto the desk, keeping it hidden under the drape. And then before you unveil the object, would you read the card out, please?
This is my monkey, Elsie. She watches over me while I sleep.
And now please reveal Elsie.
Oh, I'm so sorry, David. She could have shaved.
This is a dead monkey, isn't it?
Oh, my. Yeah, you should know. Oh, no, love. So look at that. Is Elsie stuffed?
No, she's very well trained.
What disappointed her so badly when she died? What was...
Dying.
Death.
So where did you find Elsie? Did you kill her yourself?
I was flicking through a magazine of interiors, and in the magazine was an advert for a shop that sells fireplaces.
And monkeys.
And on the fireplace was an arrangement of objets, including the monkey. So I phoned up the place that sold fireplaces and said, "Oi, give us your monkey." And they did.
What's the story with the tiara?
But just out of interest, completely separate subject. Does anyone think that Camilla will ever become queen? What do you think? I just thought I'd throw it open, just have a discussion. What do you think? I didn't mean the monkey with the crown.
Wait, and that's genuinely a stuffed monkey.
Can we have a look at it? Shall we go?
That is genuinely a stuffed monkey. Yeah.
Are we allowed to inspect it?
Yeah, you can inspect his monkey if you want to.
Why don't we bring the monkey to you?
Yeah, look, what are you doing, all three of you? You look like an act you'd have had in the Royal Variety Show in the 1970s.
I'm happy enough to stretch my legs at this point.
I'll bring it to you.
All right.
Come on.
I'm just wandering around.
Come on, I'll bring it to you.
It's chaos.
Join me. Come on, join me.
Can we have a look at the tiara?
I've left the tiara.
Yes, let's have a look at the tiara.
Where's the tiara?
Oh, my God, it's terrifying.
You know when you're asleep, Christian, and you wake up in the middle of the night and she's looking down on you with that glum expression, doesn't it unsettle or unnerve you?
No, I find her very sort of soothing.
Monkey!
So what are you going to say, David? Is it the truth or is it a lie?
Firstly, I'm going to hand that back. I think you should be ensuring that.
Not for theft, I wouldn't have said. Not for theft.
It looks like he's just won a wildlife BAFTA.
Is it the truth? Is this a tall story or is it the truth?
You think it's a lie?
Yes.
I think we all think
I
it's a
think
lie.
it's a lie.
I think Christine's a very good actor.
So you're saying that it is then
a lie.
A lie.
A lie.
OK. Christian, was it the truth or was it in fact a lie?
It is in fact true.
Very well played.
Good work. Hard one to say.
Yes, that was all true. Christian does have a stuffed monkey who watches over him while he sleeps. And And that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team have won by 4 points to 2. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Andy Hamilton. Yes, Andy Hamilton, a man whose stories are as fake as the smile on his face after 4 months of filming with those kids on Outnumbered. Good night. To Would I Lie to You, the show where being a fraud gets a reward. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a man named Richard who's an adjudicator on a BBC One quiz show. So when I call him Clever Dick, I'm being factual, not rude. From Pointless, Richard Osman. And a comedian and actor whose distinctive looks can only be described as when Goliath ate Rick Mail. It's Greg Davis. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, a comedian who once told me he was as sane and normal as the next man, although at the time he was standing next to Vic Reeves. It's Bob Mortimer! And in Holby City, she murdered people, had affairs with doctors, got pregnant and was attacked by patients. It really was quite an episode. It's Patsy Kensit! And we start with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Greg is first up. Greg, would you reveal all?
At school, I invented a game called Snorkel Parker Music Practice Room.
There we are. Lee's team, what do you think?
What was the game called again?
It was called Snorkel Parker Music Practice Room.
Right, and can you describe the game to us?
Myself and several friends, we all had Snorkel Parkers.
What is a Snorkel Parker for some of the younger viewers?
It's a large hooded coat with a fur-lined
collar.
The
one that comes out at the front.
Yeah,
and it's fur.
And you can zip it up so that it comes right up, and so that only your eyes are visible.
Right.
Can you describe the rules? Imagine we've never met. I've got my Snorkel Parker. What would happen next?
Well, then you and I, Lee, will go to the music practice room when.
I'm not falling for this again.
And you zip up your Snorkel Parker. Yeah. And then when someone's practicing their violin with a violin teacher in the music practice room, you duck down below the window, and then you just come up with your Snorkel Parker on.
So just imagine you're a historical reenactment society. You've got your members there.
I suppose.
How would you?
I'd have to fully demonstrate it by using my making an ad hoc.
Feel free to ask
Parker.
Richard and David to help you out on this.
Will you help me out with this?
Well, I mean, I see, this is one of the moments where I don't like having to. All right.
You want to do it?
Yeah, all right.
So we probably have to go
below our desk.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you imagine that this was the music practice room and there was someone in there having a lunchtime violin lesson, you would wait until they were in mid-tutorial. And
right,
then,
I'm picturing it, yeah.
And then together, after three.
Okay, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
That's it, really.
Was the secret to getting the fact that they never knew who you were?
They wouldn't know who you were because it's only your eyes showing. And he'd tell you to go away, so you would all duck down away, and then you'd leave it for a minute.
And then come back
and then you'd just come back up again, yeah.
What age were you? Maybe... Tell me you weren't one of the teachers.
No, maybe 13, 14.
Right the way through to when you left?
Right through till sixth form, yeah.
You never got told to stop this, or you got...
Yeah, well, they would bang on the window and be really furious with us.
For 5 years, they were banging on the window. They never once thought to come out and say, lads, it's getting really boring.
But you see...
And we know you are, Greg, because you're 8'6".
But just out of interest, by show of hands, who would like to play Snorkel Parker music practice room?
I'm quite keen on the game.
I've already played it. I didn't really enjoy it.
It sounds ridiculous. I mean, the last time...
It does sound utterly ridiculous, Greg. It's almost as if you're lying.
Do you think he is lying, Lee? What are you going to say on this one?
Well, I actually believe him. I could just see you doing that for kicks and giggles.
Bob, which way are you leaning with this?
Well, it's got the anticipation, it's got the jeopardy, it's got the lot.
Yeah.
What a game!
Yeah. Greg, something tells me you're going to get a phone call from Waddington's.
If this gets picked up, this is... Just because I've talked about it now, it's mine, right?
It's only yours if you really played it. If it's a lie, then you haven't copyrighted
it. Well, who's it? If it is a lie and I've just read it off this thing, whose idea is it?
Well, the person who wrote the lie.
I'd like to maintain the rights to Balaclava Sports Hall. if anyone's interested.
Right, Lee, it's time to take a guess. What are you going to say?
We're going for true.
You're saying it's true. OK. Greg, were you telling the truth? Or were you telling
Well, right, because that would make me utterly pathetic, wouldn't it? Yes, I was telling the truth.
Yes, it's true. Greg did invent a game called Snorkel Parker Music Practice Room. At school, Greg was very popular with the other pupils. Not surprising, really, considering they'd created him in a science lesson. Richard, you're next.
I once buried a badger with the banker from Deal or No Deal.
Lee's team.
I know the programme, but who is that? Who is the banker? We never hear the banker, do we?
No, I'm not allowed to tell. If I told you, I would have to bury you alongside the badger, I'm afraid.
Oh, so the badger found out. Is that what happened to him?
What's burying the badger a euphemism for? This banker, can you describe him to me, please?
Yes, I could do. He's just a guy, like you and I. Somewhere in between you and I.
Which one is it?
Somewhere in the middle.
Why do you know the guy from...
I know that way back when I used to be the producer of Deal or No Deal.
Right, and what's his name?
He is called the banker.
No, what's his real name?
I can't tell you what his real name is.
It's on the credits of the show.
Tell us. What does it say on the credits of the show?
It says the banker as himself.
Why was the badger dead?
Yeah.
We hit it with a car, unfortunately.
What were you doing in the car with him?
About 70. No. We were on holiday together.
Where were you on holiday?
Badger Country, Cornwall.
Was Edmonds there? Sorry, I'm not part of this, am I? Sorry.
It's a good question, though, Greg. Was Noel there?
No, it was a holiday.
Before you buried the badger, did he put him in a box and then there was loads of other empty boxes? And then you stood there and you had to choose which box it was. Dead squirrel, wrong box.
I think it's very sad that the badger died and everything. But
Yes.
why so much trouble to dig the grave?
Because the banker's wife was with us.
Oh, can you tell us her name, or does she work for, does she work for the Iranian government?
What is the name of the banker? Was this during the day or of the evening?
It was late at night.
Had you had a few...
I had a few, yeah.
So you went and got
Were you
spanked?
driving then?
No, I wasn't driving.
Who was driving
If he's
the
not
banker?
going to say the name of the banker
He's not gonna
of Deal or Deal, he's not going on national television go, I was driving, I was mullet.
I say badger, I mean none.
And then what?
The banker's wife then says we should bury it.
The banker's wife. It sounded like Cluedo, this. Go on.
To which the obvious answer is we're not going to bury it. It's 2 in the morning.
Right.
It's really cold and it's dark.
What's happened then?
So the badger is dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Sad occasion. I'm not underestimating the sadness of it, and there's probably a badger wife and badger children at home, so that's... I accept
Are you not allowed to
sad.
say their names either?
So you checked the gender of the badger, then? You know it was a male badger? Or a female badger in a same-sex relationship who've adopted a small badger, perhaps an orphaned badger without a home in need
I think
of
you're
rest?
wildly overestimating the sophistication of the badger community.
Well, what happens next?
We went back, got spades.
Yeah.
Went back to where the badger lay prone, buried it, said a few words.
What did you say?
Yeah.
Just said, Lord, protect this badger. Or worse to that effect.
If only you'd have said it an hour earlier. So go on, Lord, protect this badger.
I think I said a few words about the family of the badger and gave some words
Tell
of
us
apology.
the word. I want the words.
I apologise to the family of this badger, wherever they may be, because I'm guessing they're nearby.
Yeah.
Put some stones on it. Went back home, started drinking again.
So, Lee, what's it going to be?
Yeah.
Truth or lie?
Oh, I think it's true, Lee.
Rob thinks it's true.
You think it's true? Yeah.
Patsy?
I don't believe the badger bit. I think the badger bit...
That's quite essential to the story. But everything else you believe.
I believe he knows the banker.
Right.
I think he knows the banker's wife.
Well, there's your answer. There's your answer. We think it's true apart from the badger bit.
OK. Lee, it's time to make your
Well,
mind
it's
up.
true. It's true.
You're saying it's true. Richard, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I was telling the truth.
Yes, it's true. Richard did bury a badger with the banker from Deal or No Deal. Patsy, you're up next.
When I was younger, I was regularly paid to babysit Marvin, my neighbour's pet dog, who had died and been stuffed.
David's team.
Right. So that you were babysitting the dog only post-mortem?
Yes, after he died.
What did your duties involve?
Well, they were elderly people. They'd leave out, like, food and water. And what I used to do, because I felt so sorry for them, was I would sort of pour a bit of the water away and, like, half the food and stick it in, you know, the rubbish under some kitchen or... No,
So they come back to... You see?
Yeah, he's
He
alive.
is alive.
They thought the dog was alive, did they?
Well, no, they can't have, but they behaved... I mean, it was a very unusual family. And she showed pictures, framed pictures of him when he was alive and when he was stuffed.
How do you know the difference?
Well,
the photographs?
Because it wasn't a good stuffing.
I suppose the stuff one, he always looks exactly the same wherever he was.
Yeah, his expression didn't change much.
What sort of dog had Marvin been before?
Yorkshire Terrier.
Right. And in what...
And we had a Yorkshire Terrier called Pepper, who was alive, I'd like to say.
That was rubbing their nose in it, wasn't it?
Stuffed peppers.
But our dog... But our dog was, like, totally untrained. I mean, adorable, but...
Whereas Marvin was so well behaved.
What position was Marvin stuffed in? What was...
Standing.
Did he have a facial expression? If there was any kind of emotion coming
Like
from...
this, like that.
So, like he was angry. Like he died in a battle.
Maybe he was stuffed to death.
Yeah.
What a way to go.
If I had a stuffed dog that was stood up, I'd put one of its legs in a bucket, then I'd always know where that bucket was.
What do you think, David? Which way are you leaning on this?
What do you think, Richard?
Sounds quite convincing.
You're convinced?
Well, I think it's impressively told if it's a lie.
I think impressively told. A
You know,
lot of
can I
the
ask you a
detail...
question? You're not an actress, are you, Patsy?
A lot of people would say I'm not, actually.
Well, I think it's a lie.
My instinct is it's the truth. We're going to say it's true.
You're saying it's true. OK.
Oh, no.
Patsy Kensit, were you telling us the truth or were you telling us a lie?
That story was a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Patsy wasn't regularly paid to babysit her neighbour's stuffed pet dog. So at the end of that round, Lee's team are in the lead by 3 points to 0.
Well done, team. Well done.
Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So, please welcome this week's special guest, Pauline. So, Richard, what is Pauline to you?
This is Pauline. Last year we met at a Snoop Dogg gig and we bonded because we were the two oldest fans in the room.
David, how do you know Pauline?
This is Pauline. When I was a cub, she was the arcala and she had to take me out of the scout hut once for asking too many questions when we were being given a talk by the police.
And finally, Greg, your relationship with Pauline?
This is Pauline. She's my mum. She once drove past me when I was having my first fight and got out of her car to cheer me on.
Lee's team, where do you start?
Greg, how old were you on this first fight?
12.
Right. And so where was this, at school?
No.
Where was it?
Outside...
Outside the music room?
It was in a street.
In the street?
Yeah.
Who were you fighting?
I honestly can't remember his name. He was a lad, and he was in the year above me. And I remember he had fairly distinctive red hair.
Is that why you fought him?
I fought him because he'd fought one of my friends.
Oh, OK, so this was like a... You were like doing a heroic gesture.
Yeah.
And he was older than you?
Yes.
What was your friend called?
Well, I'm from Shropshire, so he was called Chinese Dave.
Is everyone called Chinese Dave in Shropshire?
No, I just think he was called Chinese Dave, and I honestly don't know the reason, because he certainly wasn't Chinese. I think it's because he used to wear a hat.
No, that would be it. That would be it.
That'll be it, probably.
What was your fighting technique? Do you recall?
It was a sort of windmill of bones, just like this.
Windmill of bones. I give you the windmill of bones.
What was your mum shouting at you by way of encouragement?
I mean, as I recall, it was just get in there.
Do him, yeah.
Get in there, son, is what I...
And was she there the first time you had sex?
This was in the street. Your mum was driving.
Yeah.
Past you, saw you.
She knew about the attack on Chinese...
Dave,
yeah. Who wears a hat.
So I presume she saw what was going on and thought, oh, it's good that my son is avenging Chinese Dave's...
So, did she get out of the car or just do it from the window? Was it a drive-by?
She got out.
Who didn't win the fight? Did your mum then... Surely she stepped in and stopped her, or did she say, keep fighting?
Well, let me tell you, Patsy, the fight came to a fairly abrupt end.
Why?
And I'm going to give you some very specific detail now.
Thank you.
Because I was chewing polos during the fight.
Please, no, you're not going to try and convince us that they came out and your mum thought it was teeth.
Hear me out. I got caught in their mouth, and literally I spat polos everywhere. And my mum went, oh no, it's teeth, it's teeth!
What's your mum called?
Pauline.
Has she got a nickname, like Heckling Pauline or anything?
No, although I would tell you, she has an impressive history, because she was in a play fight with my dad once, and he locked himself in a toilet, and to get to him in the play fight, my mum punched a hole through a door. So there's obviously a violent streak in this one. It is true, though. It's definitely true. That is my mum.
Who's next? Who are you going to do next?
OK, so we'll go with David, shall we? David, just let me recap. Am I right in saying that there was a talk by the police at the Cubs?
Yeah.
And you asked one too many questions to the policeman?
Yes, I was full of questions.
What kind of questions were you asking?
Well, I was asking about various, issues involved in fighting crime.
How old were you?
I think I was about 8.
Right. What kind of crime-fighting questions were you asking?
Well, there was a problem, I felt. There was a problem with vandalism and graffiti in the area.
At that age, you're supposed to be taking part rather than complaining about it. That's OK. Different upbringings, that's fine. What are the questions?
I asked a lot about the locks in Cagney and Lacey. I was, at the time, very aware of the security measures in all of those flats in New York and the big locks on the doors. And I said, why don't we have locks like that? And how can we keep burglars out if we don't have locks like that?
Right.
And the policeman was saying how you can't keep out a determined burglar. And I was saying, well, why do we lock the doors at all then? But I wasn't really aware that he was supposed to be trying to get on with a talk and maybe the questions would happen at the end and maybe they wouldn't all be asked by me.
Where was this Cubs?
It was in Headington.
Headington?
Where I grew up.
Well, I know that. I don't think you travelled.
Yeah.
I assumed it was where you lived, otherwise that would be bonkers. Where are you from? I'm from Newcastle, but I
No, my parents had heard about a very good Cub Scout group about 400 miles away, and they thought about driving me there to get the very best training in tying. Yeah, absolutely. But
what badges did you get, David?
Don't talk about badges in front of Richard. Richard, remind us once again of your truth.
Pauline and I met at a Snoop Dogg gig.
Where was he playing?
It was at the Forum in Kentish Town.
When was this? What year?
Last year.
Last year.
So he was called Snoop Dogg because he's been called a lot of things.
Well, he certainly has. In the olden days, he was Snoop Doggy Dogg, but now just Snoop Dogg.
But whereabouts were you in the Forum? Whereabouts were you watching the show from?
Well, we met when there was a delay, as there often is at rap concerts. There's sort of an hour delay, so I went up to the little bar.
Why is there a delay?
Well, because it's Snoop. You don't rush Snoop.
Who supported him? Did he have a support act?
Yeah, Corrupt.
What was
with a K.
With a K, wow.
With a K.
I'd have left after them.
What was his hair like, Snoop's? How was he wearing his hair?
He was wearing his hair, he had sort of cornrows, essentially.
He knows all the words, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's definitely read up on this.
Yeah. So you guys, your eyes met across the...
No, in this delay, I went up to, there's a little quieter bar upstairs, and I went up there to play a bit of Scrabble on my phone.
Oh, God.
Because I was with younger people and they were enjoying the support act, they were enjoying the fact that there was a delay and there was loud music playing, I was enjoying it less.
Yeah.
Pauline was reading a book.
Right.
So I thought, OK, she's quite bored as well of this thing. So, anyway, I'm playing my thing. She said, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I said, I'm playing Scrabble on my phone. She said, I didn't know you could play Scrabble on a phone. Right. So I showed her, and then we started playing Scrabble on a phone, have done ever since. And then...
Ever since? Well, you're going out with each other now.
You know what, Lee? Early days. Okay?
Have you actually met up with Maureen since?
Pauline.
You're not going to be able to dissect us with those blunt little...
So, Lee, where is this leading you? What are you thinking, Lee?
Patsy, do we believe any of these people? Because they're all sounding chronically untrue.
The Chronic, of course, was one of the first albums Snoop was on. Dr.
Why did
Dre's
you...
The Chronic.
I could see David in his Cub shorts and being worried about the graffiti. He's sort of the sort of person that it would have upset him. And he...
I'm intrigued by this slight physical resemblance between Greg and the lady.
I know what you mean, yeah. Do you mind standing up, Greg, again? Would you stand next to this lady you claim to be your mother?
Next to my mum?
Well, let's call her a woman for now. Right. Now... I'm guessing, for this mean average to work out, your dad is the Jolly Green Giant.
No, but you see, Lee, it's a fact that a son has to be taller than their mum.
It's either Richard or Greg, I think. So that's my answer.
So you think it's...
I think it's Richard.
You think it's Richard? You think it's Richard or Greg?
Yeah.
Don't forget
Richard.
What are you going to say?
The Scout hat one, the...
sorry, are you still here?
The Scout hat.
OK, I need an answer, and I really do need it now.
For David. He's trying to double bluff me at the end, so I'm going to go with
saying
David.
It's David.
And if it is David, I'll be so happy now.
You're saying it's David?
I think it's David.
OK, Pauline, would you please reveal your true identity?
My name is Pauline. I am Greg's mother. And...
Yes, Pauline is Greg's mum, and she did cheer him on when he had his first ever fight. It must have been awful to see him fighting.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pauline.
You're welcome.
So at the end of that round, Lee's team are in the lead by 3 points to 1. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives. And we start with... Bob.
I can break an apple in half with my bare hands.
David's team.
What is your technique?
I take it in the hands.
Yes. Are your hands bare at this point?
Of course they're bare.
Yes.
Friction's very much part of this this equation. You must pull it. I'm going to say east to west. A lot of people think you need to twist. You don't need to twist.
You don't need to twist.
Really?
You just
don't need to
pull
twist.
apart.
Pull it
apart. How do you get the
Pull the
grip?
apple apart?
Won't your hands just slide away from it? I'd have thought you'd need to twist.
If you twist, you fail. Twisting equals tears.
So you just grip the apple in your hands and then fling them apart, and you have 2 half apples.
No, I rip it apart.
Yeah. The way you were miming it then, there's like downward pressure from the thumbs, almost as if you're trying to open it like a book.
Yeah.
Is that what it's like? Because I can believe that more than the just grip, bang!
Yes. No, David, that's fair enough. Yes.
It's just you're almost like you insert.
Oh, but I so wish it was bang. It's not.
No, you're inserting the thumbs to try and pull it apart that way.
No insertion.
All right.
No,
but
that's
downward
the grip.
pressure.
Downward pressure. And there it is.
So where are the thumbs? Are the thumbs either side of the stalk?
You know where the thumbs are, David.
Where are the thumbs either side of the stalk?
Yes.
No insertion or penetration?
No, absolutely not. No, the thumbs are used for gripping, not for ripping. That's what I was taught. And if you remember that...
The system comes with a catchphrase.
If you can remember that, you too will be parting apples.
How long have you done this for?
I have done it for a long time. What I used to do to entertain was I used to take hard-boiled eggs, peel them, I can still do it, and I could take the shell off in one. And you actually peel the membrane rather than trying to... Don't be all rough-handed and don't, you know, take your time. Off it comes bang.
And when did you...
That's the correct way to present. With an apple, it's this.
When did you first discover that you could do the apple? How did it come about? How did it come to be?
I can't remember the first time I did it. I can remember the feeling. But I can't remember the first time I did it.
What was the feeling?
The feeling was magnificent.
Right, David, is that the truth?
I don't think so, but it could be. Can we leave it at that?
Yeah, that's fine. OK, on to the next round. No, we can't.
I agree with that. I'd love to see him do I hope it's true, because then they'll make him do it.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see it.
Yeah. If it's not true,
Make
will
him
they
do
make
it
him
anyway.
try?
So what's it going to be?
Oh, I really want it to be true, but it isn't true, I don't think.
You can't pull an apple apart, can you?
You can't just rip it in half. I so want you to be able to.
If you and I can't, sure.
And I can't.
I've never tried.
Have you ever tried?
If I had an apple here, and I could have a few
But I think
goes.
if those two can't do it, David, with no disrespect, it's highly unlikely you're going to pull it off.
Tremendously, frighteningly strong hands, as I found out to my own cost. So you think it's a lie, then?
I'm afraid I do,
OK,
yeah.
well, I'll go with the Giants.
You're going to say it's a lie? All right, you're saying it's a lie. Bob, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I was telling the truth.
Yes.
Do it.
Well, guess what I've got under the desk? My trusty box of apples. It's a proper apple. Ready,
Yes.
Bob?
It's a big one.
Thank you. Not you, him.
Does your husband play cricket?
I love that sort of thing. Where shall I do it?
I really hope he can't do it. Yeah!
Whoa! And that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that Lee's team have won by 4 points to 1. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Richard Osman. Yes, Richard Osman. He's nothing but a liar. Which means that the thousands of people who lost on Pointless, thanks to his adjudication skills, can now seek compensation. Good night. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show with fantastical fibs and tantalising truths. And on David Mitchell's team tonight, the news presenter whose accent has been described as sexy and like warm honey, or put another way, Welsh. Hugh Edwards. And the star of the Sarah Millican television programme, I'll keep you in suspense no longer, it's Sarah Millican. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, an actress who can convince you of anything. She told me earlier she's delighted to be on Lee's team. It's Josie Lawrence. And a comedian, actor and former professional footballer who used to play with the likes of Beckham, Lineker and Shearer. And if Bert Beckham, Arthur Lineker and Frank Shearer are watching, he says hi. It's Bradley Walsh. So, we begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction, and Sarah is first up. Sarah.
When I'm feeling tired, I photograph myself to see how tired I look. I then compare this photograph with other photographs I've taken of myself when I felt tired to see how tired I really am.
Lee's team, what do you think?
When did this begin, Sarah?
Probably 3 or 4 years ago.
How?
Boredom.
The first time you did it, what brought that on?
I think I was just taking photos of things in the flat and then thought I'd take a photo of myself.
And when you say tired, do you feel like your eyes are or just a little bit tired?
Well, it depends. It can depend. Sometimes I'm a little bit tired, sometimes I'm really, really tired.
If you're wearing glasses and taking photographs, of course, that will disguise the tiredness in your eyes.
Do you want me to take them off now? Or?
Yes.
Yes, please
okay.
do, yeah.
Just do a pretend
she looks
one
very
for
tired.
us, Sarah.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
To be fair, she looks absolutely knackered.
You do look. Do that face again. What would you give yourself from 1 to 10 if 1 is not very tired?
I can't see it, that's why I take the photo.
When you look at these pictures, how do they make you feel?
Well, sometimes if I think I'm really tired and I take a photo of myself and then I compare it with another much earlier tired one that seems to be more tired, then I feel better.
Do you ever do whilst you're asleep? Do you ever go? And not realise you've done it?
No, I eat a lot in the night, but I've never taken a photo.
Not as you're sleeping, though, Sarah, surely.
No, but
You're not shoveling it in from the bedside table as you sleep.
No, but I do wake up in the morning with less biscuits than I thought I had.
So what are you going to say, Lee? Is this the truth, or has she made it up?
I think it's true, but...
Josie thinks it's true.
I think she's lying, and I think it's a lie because I don't think Sarah's A, that ridiculous, or B, that vain.
Well, we're in trouble if it's true, then, aren't we?
So, Lee, what are you going to say?
I'll go with Josie, say it's true.
You're going to say it's true? Right. Sarah, was it the truth or was it a lie?
It was true.
Ah, very good. Well played.
Yeah. And the exciting thing is, not only is it true, we have the evidence. Take a look at this. Now, Sarah, how do you rate that one?
That's a good 7 out of 10. You know, that's been a hell of a day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
All right, let's go on now to snap number 2.
Now, that's different because that's happy tired. Can you see?
That's
Can you see that
happy
it's
tired?
happy tired? Yeah.
Let's have a look at number 3. Were you on a drip there? Were you being kept alive in that one?
That is the worst one. I couldn't even be bothered to hide my bra strap.
Yes, it's true. Sarah does photograph herself to see how tired she looks. I'm terrible after a late night. You know, some mornings I barely recognise the old man looking back at me in the mirror or remember why I invited him home in the first place. Right, Hugh, you're next.
I have an evil eye that I use on my colleagues during broadcasts when I want them to move on.
Now, when you say your colleagues, who in particular?
Because don't you read the news on your own?
It's a very lonely job.
You mean correspondence, don't you?
Colleagues who might be correspondents.
Nick Robinson, for example?
Oh, I see. I see.
Robert Peston, for example?
Yeah. People who've come in to drone on about something endlessly.
All right, well, Lee, I'll tell you what. You be a correspondent.
I'll be a correspondent,
okay?
so I'm
And then Hugh, do your evil eye.
You mentioned Robert Peston going on and on about, you know, the world coming to an end. I've got to stop him talking.
Right. In news today, we believe that there's a chance that the...
Oh, my God!
That's it.
Do it again.
You've got to start again. I can't do it in silence.
Today, the ice caps were melting once again, and we found
That's
that...
not what a correspondent says.
it's
The
true. It's not
correspondent doesn't
realistic.
say in
It's
the
not
news
realistic.
today. You've got to talk about the Euro.
Oh, I'm sorry, David.
Talk about the Euro.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise I was going to have to be method.
Talk about the Euro and do it with some level of insight. For
Right.
You've got to say...
I will. Today.
Today? Why don't you
Today.
start today?
Yes. All right, then, tomorrow.
Now going to our economics correspondent. Today? Why are you saying today?
All right, then.
Today,
All right, then, forget it. Tomorrow, do you know what I heard? That the Euro... Good. It is good.
David can't see it. Do it to David. Do it to
There
David.
are gradations on it, OK?
David, wait. Do it properly. Pretend you're a sports correspondent. You're talking about the Carling Cup final last year. David.
Today?
Not today. Not today.
Today?
No, not today.
Today in the football. Today in the football, once again, they were kicking it. Oh, God.
Yeah, OK. It does work. It does work. Some of them are very, very resistant to it.
You're the BBC version of Medusa, are you not?
I have to stop these people. They have to be stopped.
You said there are gradations.
That's right, Rob.
So, OK, so let's see minor irritation.
You see that?
Well, it's barely noticeable.
Well, exactly.
That's a nervous twitch, surely.
No, it's not.
OK, medium.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. OK, and then full on.
Angle the head down. If I angle the head down, that is serious.
I suppose the problem is...
It really is.
I was going to say, if you're really not interested, you raise both eyebrows, but it's going to backfire, isn't it?
No, there's a different one I use.
He's fascinated by this.
Yes, that's a bit testing.
Wow, this is interesting.
There's always the turn your back on them technique, which I have used as well. But Robert Peston still carries on.
You don't really turn
I have done. Yeah. And basically, so Rob, you're now Robert Peston. So you go, say quantitative easing. Say
Quantitative easing, you know, will it work? It's hard to say, Hugh. And at the end of the day, we won't know until Tuesday when the Chancellor is going to give us his report. Now, word is that report is going to contain many of the ingredients that we've already seen. But until it's released, we won't know. And don't forget that there's always the opportunity for the Shadow Chancellor to put forward his proposal. We won't know until Wednesday. Why Wednesday, you ask? Well, Wednesday is the day when the report will be presented.
Our business editor, Rob Brydon. Thank you very much indeed.
Very much. So, what do we think? Do you think it's true?
Lie.
Lie.
He's too lovely. He really is. He's like a big, old, cuddly Welsh bear. I mean old in the loveliest sense, rather than in the old sense.
Lie.
You think it's a lie?
Why lie, Bradley? Why lie?
Because you can.
No, I mean, why do you think this is a lie?
He's a very solitary person on television. I see Hugh in my living room. He's on his own. He's never given me the evil eye.
So, truth or lie?
Lie. OK, my team say lie.
You say it's a lie. Hugh, was it the truth or was it a lie?
You should know that I am programmed by the BBC to tell the truth.
Yes, it's true. Different news presenters have their own little techniques. Fiona Bruce will incline her head to one side. Emily Maitlis will cough. And Jeremy Paxman will grab you by the lapels and tell you to shut it or he'll glass you. Bradley, you're next.
Oh, OK. Here we go. Whilst fulfilling a lifelong dream of swimming with dolphins, I had to punch one of them on the nose because I firmly believed it was trying to remove my trunks.
David.
Where and when?
Florida.
When?
2005.
2005?
Yes.
What was this dolphin doing? You're swimming along. I've never swum with dolphins.
He's getting off on this.
No.
I've never swum. Yeah, I wanted as arousing as possible, a blow by blow, if it came to that, account of what this particular saucy bottlenose did around your trunks.
OK,
Get him off!
Get him off! Don't please stop, because I have nightmares about it.
I'm giving you flashbacks.
I have flashbacks. You have to hold on to the dolphin's fins like this, and they propel you across the water, so you're in tandem with dolphins.
This
So
is in the sea?
Well, it was like a SeaWorld place.
Right.
And I was being propelled across the water, or dragged across the water by these dolphins.
Holding
Anyway,
them by the dorsal fins.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I got to the other side of the tank that we were in, and one swam left, and the other one came round and was poking me in the back. And so, consequently, the lady who was there...
dolphin?
Not the lady dolphin, no. You know the instructor lady? She said, just shoo him away. So I went, shoo. And it wouldn't go. And all of a sudden, it actually ran its nose down the back, down like I've got a crevice in my spine, right the way down, and my trunks started to go south.
When you
at which
say
point,
you've got a crevice in your spine, you're not getting mixed up with the bottom, are you?
as I turned round, I went like that and caught the dolphin right on the nose, and it startled the dolphin, and the dolphin swam off.
You've been back to SeaWorld then in the meantime?
Yes, I've been back, yeah.
And swimming with dolphins again? After that rousing experience?
I went with a charity.
What had happened to you? Did you have an illness?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So what are you thinking, David? Which way are you leaning?
It's pervy and a bit creepy, isn't it? But it's perfectly believable.
Never mind the other two on your team. What do you think?
It's perfectly believable.
I didn't believe it at all to start with, and now I believe it a bit. But it is disgusting. It's sort of...
It's not disgusting.
I think he seems quite ashamed of it, which makes me think it might be true. He's a good-looking fella. I can see, what they were thinking.
We think it's true.
The team are in agreement. Yeah. OK. Yeah. Bradley Walsh, were you telling us the truth, or was it a lie?
Rob Brydon, it is a total lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Bradley didn't punch a dolphin on the nose because he believed it was trying to remove his trunks. The next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Paul. Right, Bradley, what is Paul to you?
This is Paul, my school friend, who loved mashed potato so much that I used to steal it off teachers' plates for him.
OK. Josie, how do you know Paul?
This is Paul, and he taught me the carrot technique for giving up smoking.
Finally, Lee, your relationship to Paul?
This is my milkman, Paul. I came down one morning to find he'd left 88 pints of milk on my doorstep.
So, there we are. Bradley's Mr. Potato Head, Josie's Carrot Counsellor, or Lee's mixed-up milkman. David, where'd you start?
All right, mashed potato. Why did you see it as your role to obtain mashed potato for Paul?
Because he loved mashed potatoes so much, and I was his friend, and he wasn't brave enough.
How did you steal it without the teachers noticing?
I stole it when the teachers weren't looking.
How many teachers did you steal mashed potato from, and on how many separate occasions? Describe the scale and nature of the scam.
5 years I've had this.
No, what happened was the teachers' dinners had mashed potato on them.
Were the pupils allowed no mashed potato? Was mashed potato the luxury item available only to teachers?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
No, not
on some days?
Yes. Some days we would have mashed potato.
I had a very privileged upbringing where mashed potato was available to teachers and pupils alike. Not a day goes by when I don't give thanks for that.
Some days we had no mashed potato.
Paul?
Paul?
Yeah.
Rob, how come I never get a newsreader?
We would have lunch in the dining area. The teachers that were looking after us in that dining area would then swap over and have their lunch later than us.
Right.
The plates of dinner that were going to the other teachers had mash on them, and somewhere else in the school, other than the dining room, we'd take the mash.
Right.
Just sum up for us how you got the mashed potato off the teacher's plate and onto Paul's plate.
I hijacked the canteen trolley thing.
On a trolley, so it's an industrial quantity of mash you're moving around here, yeah? Yeah? Is that right?
Would you like to move on with your inquiries?
Josie, what is the carrot method?
Paul is my plumber.
Yeah.
And I've known him for about 10 years now. I do like a cheeky ciggy every now and then. About 2 months ago, he came and did a tap in my utility room. And I said, Paul, when I gave him a cup of tea, you know, you can have a fag in this house. And he says, I don't do it anymore, but I'll show you what I do. And he had a packet of ciggies with a little plastic bag thing and little sticks of carrots. And he nibbled them. So I did
you
it.
don't smoke the carrots?
No.
So it's just quite simply, every time you fancy a cigarette, just
Yes,
nibble on
but
a carrot.
But for some reason, because I've tried before, some reason just having the packet with you.
So you put them in the cigarette pack, so you still have
That's
to buy...
what he did. That was his little technique.
I was trying to give up heroin once and I carried around a little tub of hummus. I found that worked.
Right, what about Lee's story?
Yes.
So when was this?
It was about 6 weeks ago.
88 bottles, glass bottles.
Glass bottles of milk, yes.
And how were they arranged on the doorstep?
In the shape of a cow. What does that matter?
I'm just trying to picture the scene. Where were
you
they?
picture
Where
the
were they
scene?
arranged?
I've opened the door, there's 88 bottles of milk.
Where were they?
Where were
Has
they?
he got a very
On the
big
doorstep,
porch?
around the
On the
doorstep.
doorstep,
Not
you've got
just
a
on
very
the...
big doorstep.
Well, you've got to let me finish. On the doorstep, around the side, up the bit that I have on the side of my house.
And the colour of the foil on the milk bottles?
The colour of the foil?
Yeah.
Blue.
Blue? Which means what?
It means that it's full fat.
I didn't think anybody drank full fat milk
Is this the bit you least believe? The bit that you doubt about this story is I had 88 bottles of milk on my doorstep.
That's fine, that's champion.
Full fat? Are you bombers?
How many had you ordered?
I'd ordered... Well, I thought I'd ordered 8.
You thought you'd ordered... That's a lot.
8 pints of full fat milk.
Well, actually...
Why did you want 8 pints of full fat milk?
Because I had friends staying over.
Who like milkshakes?
I ordered it online, I made a mistake. I meant to put 88 bottles, and I hit it, and I put 88 in the box. That's
Right.
what happened. That is
And Paul didn't question that at all. Nobody questioned that you wanted 88 bottles of milk.
Yeah, because what happened is I put 88, I said double-clicked, and then his face just came up on the screen and went, "Are you sure, Governor?" I mean, come on, Lee. 88 bottles of milk? What are you talking about? Hey? I'll go back down and have another go. No, he doesn't get involved in the admin. He just looks at the list and delivers the milk.
Fair enough.
When does Paul deliver?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
What time?
Ooh, it's quite early, Hugh.
So, how many bottles did you say?
88 on this particular occasion.
And he did it silently on the doorstep? You didn't wake up at all? Yeah, no big clanking going on?
Got a very
back and forth to the milk float? No?
It was he's a professional. Yeah. We call him the Ninja Milkman.
OK. Talk us through the event. You open the front door. What happens?
I saw 88 bottles of milk.
Yeah. And what happened then? What happened?
I went, love! Not to him, obviously he's gone.
Yeah.
I said, darling... Doesn't know say love, that'd be far too working class and northern. Darling, heavens above, the milkman's left 88 bottles of milk again. What an absolute blackguard.
How long did it take you to get through this supply? Until you got rid of them all? And what did you do
We
then?
didn't get through them all before they'd gone off. We gave some to the cat. Actually, I'm lucky because I've got a lion.
OK, we need an answer. So, David's team, is Paul Bradley's Mr Potato Head, Josie's carrot counsellor, or Lee's mixed-up milkman?
I don't understand why you'd have full fat in this day and age.
No.
Think of your hard flour.
I get semi-skimmed.
I get semi-skimmed.
Yeah.
I get semi-skimmed.
I think everyone gets
Everybody gets
semi-skimmed.
semi-skimmed, yes.
I think it's Bradley.
I think it's Bradley.
No, I think you might be
It
right.
was so bad.
Yeah, it was so bad.
It's got to be right.
Bradley's technique to basically collapse in front of us meant we didn't really get any information either way out of it.
No,
He's just...
And he has a whiff of a thief about him as well, doesn't he?
Yeah. OK, so, Paul, would you please reveal your true identity?
I am Paul, and Bradley used to steal potatoes for me.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives. And we start with... Lee.
I can tell if someone drinks mainly tea or coffee just by listening to their stomach.
Right, David's team, what do you think? How?
How?
Well, there's a certain rumble to your coffee drinker.
Oh, come on.
It is the slightest thing that only someone with a sensitive ear like mine would...
Can you reproduce the rumble yourself?
What did you say?
Can you reproduce the rumble yourself?
Got him. The eyebrows got up. Oh, sorry, Hugh, what was the question?
I said, can you reproduce the rumble in some kind of form? Give us a sense of whether it's resonant or a bit of a squeaky rumble. What kind of rumble is it?
I would say that the drinkers of coffee have a rumble that I can only describe as, imagine a small fish passing wind. But you've got a stethoscope to the glass.
Yeah.
It's the mildest of rumbles, and as I say, only a trained ear would hear.
And whereas the tea drinkers rumble?
But hardly ever. Hardly ever. I mean, it's to do with the...
Well, they rumble less, the tea drinkers.
The tea drinkers are less of a rumble than the coffee drinkers.
Because I'm a tea drinker and I rumble loads.
Good job you don't drink coffee. You'd be all over the place.
Really?
But surely they're both the same amount of liquid, so I don't understand why it's
Well, I'm
different.
glad you've asked me that, sir. It's finally a sensible question.
Yes.
It's
You're
to do,
welcome.
apparently, with... It's not the actual... And I genuinely don't know what it is, but it's to do with something that's in coffee.
You.
It's something that's in coffee that's not in tea. And it is in coffee.
Right.
It's my party trick. So I'll say, do you want tea or coffee? Then I'll go, in fact, don't tell me. And I'll get down on my knee. I'll lean in like that, and I'll go... I'm guessing coffee.
Could you do that to Bradley or Josie and say which they prefer?
Why don't I do it to you, David? Because I think that's what you want. Finally, some physical contact between us. Let's just get this out of the way.
I'm desperate to get your ear on my bare skin. But no, do it to Josie.
No, I want to do it to you. It's a will they, won't they panel game. And finally, it comes to this. I can do it to everybody.
You're going to do us all?
Bovril. OK. Breathe in. Oh, news just in. There's a definite rumble there. You're a tea drinker.
I thought you said coffee drinkers rumble more.
There's a rumble, but it's not the rumble. It's the mild rumble.
Yeah. That was lovely. That was really lovely.
Do you know what? I can't make my mind up. I'll have to check again.
Got a very warm ear.
It's tea. Now, I have a different system for the ladies. Do you mind if I...
Not at all.
press my
I'll
ear
lift
to-
them up so you can get in.
She promised you'll keep them up till I'm away.
No, I'm going to thunk them on your
Don't
head.
throw them on top. I do not want to be forced to the ground.
I'm going to thunk them on your head. Dunk.
Yeah, see, you're an interesting one because you've got a bit of both. So it's almost as if they're... It's like you don't drink tea or coffee. I'm getting from you.
OK.
I'm getting you don't drink tea or coffee. I'm getting you drink tea. I'm getting you drink tea. So that's what I would say. So you now know whether it's true or a lie.
Now, what we need to know is, did he get those right?
There's no sense on what these rumbles actually sound like. I need to sort of get a sound.
OK, I'll try and do the sound. David, as a tea drinker, was the mild rumble. A sort of...
So, David, are you a tea drinker? Is he right?
I am a tea drinker, but
No way! How did I do it? Can you confirm to the audience that we've never met?
I think Lee probably got it by listening to the rumbles of my stomach. Or he might have got it from my saying I'm a tea drinker several moments before. It's one or the other. So,
Could have been that.
yeah.
You never know with this kind of weird thing.
What about you, Hugh? I'm not saying you, Hugh. What about you, Hugh?
It's a very complex picture with me. Yeah. And, you know, it's tea and coffee.
Yeah, but
it depends on the time of day.
It's mainly tea with you. Don't lie to me, Hugh.
Have you had a coffee? No. Have you had tea this evening, though, Hugh? Or have you had coffee? What have you had? Be honest.
I know I've had tea.
Well, there you are, you see.
Okay, what about
he knows
Sarah?
what he's doing.
Brilliant. Even the audience are clapping now. I'm loving this.
Yeah.
Now, with me, you said it was neither one nor the other.
No, I said you're not really a big tea or coffee drinker, but
but
occasionally you'll have a tea.
I drink a lot of tea.
No, you don't.
But to be fair, I've got a lot of underwear on as well, so that might have.
That doesn't work with underwear. I didn't say it, but it doesn't work with the underwear.
Well, you should have said I would have taken it off. Look.
Yeah, that was like.
What about the noise of the coffee, then?
The coffee rumble is a lot more like a... That's the only way to describe it. I mean, I can't make the noise of a...
Can I suggest that would be a better party trick?
Don't call my skill a trick, Sarah. It's I find it a curse. I've had to live with it all my life.
So what do you think, David?
What do you think here?
I'm trained to spot liars a mile off. That's my job. And it's something I can do with a kind of unerring sort of sense of certainty.
Why are we losing then?
It's not working tonight.
Right.
On this one, I just think it's unlikely, isn't it?
And however much fun it was to thwack one of my boobs on his head, I still think it's a lie.
That was just one.
So what are you going to say then, David?
I think we're going to say it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
Yeah.
OK. Lee, was that the truth or were you lying?
It is, in fact, true. No, it's not. It's a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Lee can't tell if someone drinks mainly tea or coffee just by listening to their stomach. Oh, that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show. I can reveal that David's team have won by 3 points to 2. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Hugh Edwards. Yes, Hugh Edwards, who's been less genuine than an email from a Nigerian billionaire. Good night. Good evening and welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show where it's fine to fib. On David Mitchell's team tonight, she says she'd rather be known for her journalism than her glamorous dress sense. Well, I'd rather be known for my comedy than for being a world-class lover, but we play the hand we're dealt. It's Emily Maitlis. And I'm not saying he went to a posh school, but the kids who had a packed lunch brought it in a hamper. From fresh meat and hit the road, Jack Whitehall. And on Lee Mack's team tonight, he's Carson the butler in Downton Abbey, a show that's meticulous in its attention to historical accuracy, even down to the colour of Lord Grantham's iPad. It's Jim Carter. He's won so many BAFTAs, he's the first man in Britain ever to finish a tin of Brasso. It's the satirist and broadcaster Armando Iannucci. And so we begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. Now, to make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. And it's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. Jim, you're first up, so would you please reveal all?
Right. As a method actor on the set of Downton Abbey, I like to remain in character all day and even help serve lunch to the cast and the crew as Carson.
Yeah, David, what do you think?
Right. Well, my immediate question is that I think on a big set like Downton Abbey with a lot of high-profile stars like Maggie Smith, there'd be an insurance issue with unqualified caterers serving lunch.
Nobody's ever told me there was an insurance issue. I don't do Maggie, I have to say. Maggie...
Do you bring her food, then?
I don't serve Maggie her food. What I do is I bring the food to the people on the dining bus, rather than go around to individual caravans or changing rooms.
Why do you think that helps your performance?
It just helps me stay in character somehow. I don't like to switch off. I lose concentration if I switch off. I just try to stay with it. It's tricky when you're serving things out of polystyrene plates, but it just helps me.
Well, I was going to say, 'cause if you want to inhabit the mind of the Edwardian or First World War butler, and you say, I am that person, and suddenly there's a camera, an HD camera and a boom in front of you, aren't you going to sort of scream, witchcraft, witchcraft? What is this madness? The aliens are here.
No, I would never dream of doing that, because I'm in the bubble, you know, so I don't notice those things.
Do you do it with every role that you play? So if you were doing a film about, say, like a man that liked wearing women's underwear, you would be committed to wearing women's underwear for the whole shoot.
You're the only person who's seen that film, Jack.
But you're a dresser, obviously, so you would dress all the male members of the cast that you tend to as well.
Not dresser.
I mean, there are scenes in which you help Lord Grantham on with his
buttons.
pants.
Yeah, that's when the other valets have disappeared or are in jail or have been accused of murder and things like that.
Yeah, which is most
It's only in extremis that I do the cufflinks.
My partner will sometimes do that, I can vouch for that.
I think the problem with you, Jim, is you've got such a lovely voice. Everybody's happy, you're just sat there. You're sat there like this.
Yeah, you flounder in such an authoritative way.
Viewers will be pleased to know that Jim's answer is now available as an audiobook.
That method acting thing, though, is true. I met someone recently that was in Hollyoaks, and they were really stupid in real life as well. They do it all the time.
I knew someone in Hollyoaks, and his granny used to watch every episode, and he said, Granny, you please don't... So what he did was, that if it was his last scene of the episode, he'd go like that, and that was Granny could switch off then, because she knew he wasn't anymore.
So what do you think, David?
I don't think it's true. I think it's the sort of thing people make up about actors, and I think in this instance it would be very impractical. I think on a long, busy filming day...
You'd spill things, wouldn't you, the whole time? You'd spill things on your suit.
The last thing Jim would want to do is serve other people food.
Well, I think it's very feasible that an actor would do that sort of method thing, but I think Jim, having heard him and met him, he's such a cool cat. I imagine he's the kind of guy rocks up on set, gets handed the script, quick skim read, and then, in the words of Snoop Dogg, just drops it like it's hot.
I think he means it's a lie.
Do you know, thanks to you, we're reaching a whole different demographic.
So, they think it's a lie. Jim, truth or lie?
I do drop it like it's hot because it is a lie.
Yes, it was a big fat lie. Jim doesn't remain in character all day at Downton Abbey. Jack, you're next.
I once hid a girl in my bed whilst my entire family came into the bedroom to have a conversation with me.
Right, Lee.
Now, how old were you?
I was 18.
And a bit of a nervy question. How old was she?
No, she was... she wasn't. She was of age.
Of age?
Yeah.
44.
65.
No, she was just of a normal age.
She's been a normal age.
She's a normal age.
It's a bit ageist, isn't
For
it?
an 18-year-old
Are you saying that Rob's abnormal?
Well, yeah, if Rob was in my bed, it would be a bit weird, but...
Actually, a lot easier to hide him. Just pop him in the pillowcase, throw him over your shoulder, off you go.
So, you'd had a lovely tender time with this young lady. The next morning arrived, the start of a whole new dawn, and she was secreted, hidden, under the duvet.
My dad comes in,
knock,
and I say...
Get under there.
Under there.
What did your dad say? No, Dad.
I don't want to have an awkward moment with my dad introducing him to this girl, so I said, why don't you just hide under there?
Was she a very thin girl? Because I would have thought you would have seen a body under a duvet.
Yeah. You see, you don't understand the kind of toggage that I'm rocking back at home. It's a very thick duvet. Yeah, plenty of...
Was it winter?
Duvet to
Jack?
hide.
Was
Yeah,
it
was winter.
But there's nothing worse than a heavy tog in the summer.
Oh, I hate it. But I have 2 duvets within the thing, and then I take one out.
So do I. I take one away for the summer.
Yeah.
Stick it back on for the winter. It's a lovely way of doing
It's
it.
so good.
I'm sure.
God, is it always this boring, this show? Right. I'm just going to cut to the chase here. You two, watch him very carefully while I ask this question. What was her name?
Yeah, well, that's no proof. I can't say on TV.
Why?
Oh, very good.
I want to protect her modesty.
But did your whole
as I
family
did
come
on
into
that
your
morning.
bedroom often?
Oh, nice.
Did
Yeah,
they
my
just go,
dad
"Oh,
always.
morning"?
Yeah, my dad
All
will
of
always
you,
come
yeah.
into my room,
Yeah.
and he always brings in the Telegraph and reads to me little extracts that he's found.
And then your mum's behind him, and then your brother and sister,
And then
can we listen?
What happened this one morning was that my dad had received a round robin, so he came in to read me this letter. I said hide under the duvet. Then my mum came in with a cup of tea, and my dad was reading this letter, so he was like, "Oh, Molly, Barnaby, why don't you come in as well?"
Sounds like a rough family.
So they were all round the bed, and she was sort of hidden under there. It was quite a long letter as well, so I had to keep sort of giving her a bit of air. And then
You're doing that, were you?
yeah.
Is it a single bed or a double bed?
It's one of these ones that's like a small double bed.
Well, they're called single beds.
It was, yeah, it wasn't...
Is this the first time that had happened? Had you never been in that situation before? Or?
I'd brought a girl back before, but I'd been very careful to sort of sneak her out in the morning. I'd like distracted my dad, and then you just go,
so
go.
that was the plan. The plan was you were going to sneak her out without anyone noticing.
Through the laundry chute?
I didn't know what a laundry chute is. The butler normally just takes it from the room.
Sorry.
No, but I was planning on sort of sneaking out and not having to deal with this situation.
Yeah.
And at the end, she was under there for too long. I had to let her out. Not let her out. That sounded like she wanted to be there initially.
The only way you can conceal someone lying under a duvet is to lie on top of them in exactly the same body shape that they are.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, I was sort of, sort of over her.
What the hell are you doing?
No, I just so I could, I had a bit of my body on her.
I don't like humans touching me.
Just a bit of...
All right, so what do you think, Lee?
OK, I think... Well, sorry, Jim.
True, I think.
You think it's true?
I'm borderline true, yeah, true.
Borderline true. Go on, then. We'll go with true.
You're going to say true? OK. Jack Whitehall, were you telling the truth, or were you telling a lie?
It is a true...
Scandalous.
Yes, it's true. Jack did once hide a girl in his bed whilst his family came into the bedroom to have a conversation with him. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So, please welcome this week's special guest, Benji. So, Emily, what is Benji to you?
This is Benji. He's helping me to fulfil my recurring dream, which is to do the splits.
Jack, how do you know Benji?
This is Benji, and last year he hypnotised me and a friend so that we could watch the Harry Potter films as though we'd never seen them before.
And finally, David, your relationship with Benji?
This is my ice cream man, Benji.
Oh, it's not, is it, David? It really isn't.
This, as I say, this is my ice cream man, Benji, and he calls me Two Flakes.
Go on.
Because he always gives me 2 flakes in my 99.
There we are. Lee, where do you want to start?
Well, I want to start with Emily, because I want to establish exactly what we're talking about. Are we talking about a reoccurring dream you have and you want to get rid of the dream, so he's helping you somehow with that dream, or it's a lifelong dream to do the splits?
It's a recurring dream, and he's helping me to get flexible in. You need to be. Don't need for the splits.
It's not to do with your mind. It's to do with your body. It's trying to help you achieve your goal of actually doing the splits.
Yes, that's right.
What angle have you got to so far?
What, right leg or left leg?
To produce an angle, you need both legs. Trust me, that's my chat-up line.
If it was the box splits,
Box splits,
which is where you're like facing forwards, not at all.
No.
If it's that way, left, not bad.
Right.
Okay.
That way could do better.
So your best one is what? Your right leg forward and your left leg back?
Left leg.
Great, well, let's make it easy for you. Do that one.
No, I'm not very... I can't... No, the point is...
What? What is the point?
The point is... It's a recurring dream.
That's really weird. I have a recurring dream with you doing the splits in here as well.
I have a recurring dream that I'm a piece of cheese and a womble's chasing me. I don't wake up and then go up to the nearest man and go, I don't suppose you could dress as a womble. I'll dress as a piece of cheese and you chase me. You don't then try and do it.
Maybe you should.
There are different sorts of dreams, though, aren't there? There are dreams you want to come true.
You're not going to break into song again, are you, David?
So what's he teaching you to do then? Is it Pilates? Is it?
It's Pilates.
Oh, don't give a multiple choice.
Have you had enough now of Emily? Do you want to move on?
Never have enough of Emily.
All right.
David, can I ask you a very mundane question? How much does Benji charge you for a double flake 99?
He charges me £1.50.
How much to the regular customer is a double flake ice cream?
A double flake ice cream is not available to the regular customer.
What thoughts went through your mind when he... Presumably there was a time when he said, I'm not going to give you just one, I'm going to give you 2.
Basically, my thoughts were a mixture of pleasure and embarrassment. So, like in so many scenarios.
How often is Benji in your area? I mean, how many times a week does he service your street?
Benji's ice cream van is often parked in at a certain place.
Yeah. Where is this place?
Passing by Queen's Park in northwest London.
And why are you regularly passing Queen's Park in northwest London?
Because I often walk that way from my flat to the BBC.
Who affected the introduction, David? I mean, who proffered the name Benji? I mean...
Well, Benji proffered his own name.
Did he? In what circumstances?
Benji recognised me in my capacity as someone who has been on television.
When were you on television?
Is it sad when summer's over? Do you know when it's the last time you and Benji will be together for another year?
I think, thankfully, it's never quite clear which time will be the last time. I think, in a weird way, we're both better off for not knowing.
Yeah.
So, just so to be clear, Benji offered you 2 flakes once because he's a big fan of your estimable body of work. And that sentence wouldn't work without "of work" at the end, would it? And then gave you the name. You didn't say, oh, look at me, I'm David Two Flakes. You didn't do that. He gave you the name.
No one knows, Rob, better than you how desperately keen I am to develop some sort of catchphrase. But in this scenario, it wasn't me, no.
So
and I think actually it wasn't the first time. I wasn't given the name Two Flakes by Benji the first time.
Well, of course not. That would be madness.
It sort of developed probably the second or third
Fourth
time.
or fifth, sure. You'd need a pattern to have developed.
Some sort of pattern had developed.
Has he ever offered to put anything else on your cone?
No.
OK, let's move on to Jack.
Jack, remind us again of your connection.
Benji hypnotised me and a friend so that we could watch the Harry Potter films like we'd never seen them before.
So you've obviously seen what? You've seen them all?
Yeah. I'm a massive pothead.
Right. And you were so desperate to watch them again that you got... Well, I mean, what is obviously a professional hypnotist or a friend who can do it?
Well, basically, last year when Deathly Hallows Part 2 came out and it was the end, it was really sad. And I was going through quite a bad time. And I was also trying to give up smoking. And Benji was actually helping me doing that. And we were talking about that. And I said, what else have you done? You know, hypnotised other people to do other things? He said, yeah, well, he'd done it to someone that had watched Star Wars and then enjoyed that experience. I was like, that sounds amazing. Could you do that for me and some friends to watch?
I think after this show, people are going to want to use his services. When he's hypnotising you, what happens?
Well, he puts you into a sort of transient state.
Is he dressed as a wizard?
How does he get you into a transient state?
No, we
What does he do?
Well, he talks to you, he relaxes you.
What does he say?
Well, I can't remember. I was in a transient
He's good,
state.
isn't he?
What's it going to be, Lee? Who do you think
I don't know.
it is?
Listen, it's either Two Flakes or Two Legs.
Not Harry Potter, then?
I don't
know.
Draco Dorman Nunquam Titilandus. Yeah, couple of potheads here. That is, of course, the Hogwarts school motto.
Right.
Never tickle a sleeping dragon.
Right.
I tell you what, that's a good memory, considering you've technically only seen it once.
Right, we need an answer. Lee's team, is Benji Emily's splits teacher, Jack's mind-wiping hypnotist, or David's flaky friend? What are you going to say?
Oh, this is tough because they're all so not true. We're going to go for the most ridiculous answer. We're going to go for Jack.
You're going for Jack?
Yeah.
You're saying it's Jack? You're saying it's Jack, it's the hypnotist, it's the Harry Potter... Oh, OK. So, Benji...
Emily. Change it to Emily.
Change it to Emily.
It's Emily.
What are you saying? You're saying it's Emily, it's the splits.
Jack, we'll go for Jack. Will we go for Jack?
I tell you what, we'll just tell you. It doesn't matter.
What are you saying?
We'll go for Jack.
Jack, yeah.
You're saying Jack? OK, right. Benji, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Benji, and I've been helping Emily achieve her dream of being the splits.
Wow. Wow. And the obvious next question is, would you be willing to give us a quick splits?
Of course.
Whoa! Thank you very much, Benji.
Thank you.
Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lives. We start with... David.
Last year, I was forced to abandon the purchase of a new armchair mid-transaction because the shop assistant used the terms well gel and amazeballs.
What does well gel and amazeballs actually mean? I wasn't asking you, Jack.
Amazeballs?
What? I've never heard. Have you heard the
Does
phrase
amazeballs mean good?
Yeah, it's like amazeballs means good.
Good.
And well gel is from Towie.
From what?
From what?
Oh, shut up. That's not what I'm talking about.
You mean the only way is Essex? What does well gel mean?
Jealous.
So he's selling you an armchair. What shop are you in? first of all?
It's a place on the Kilburn High Road.
Right.
I don't know the name of it.
That's fine, that's vague enough.
Good.
OK.
It's like a sort of second-hand furniture, junk kind of place.
Of course, things aren't going well, David. Of course you're going to get out... you're going to get out Kilburn High Street to buy a second-hand chair. So he's trying to sell you the chair, right?
And no, I'm trying to buy the chair.
You're trying to buy it?
Yeah.
And in what context does he say you're well gel?
He was talking on his mobile.
But how did...
To who?
I don't know.
But are you saying that you abandoned the transaction because you were put off by his...
I was put off, I mean, by the poor customer service, by not really understanding a lot of what he was saying.
And was amazeballs, was that part of the transaction with you?
It sounds so wrong coming out of your mouth.
What sort of chair was it? A Chesterfield, a low-back chair?
Is there a Chesterfield chair?
No.
I thought that was a sofa.
Well done, I was testing you.
Oh, good.
Well, if you're really fat...
The armchair round I've been hoping for.
So what are you going to say, Lee? Is he telling the truth?
What do we think?
I think this has got the ring of truth about it. He wouldn't be able to cope with the conversation with OMG and amazeballs and well gel in it.
No.
I think it would physically upset
Physically
him.
upset him.
Yeah.
But did you leave specifically because he said amazeballs? Was that the point where you just thought, I've had enough?
It was the fact that he was talking on the phone, the fact that he was saying things I didn't understand, the fact that I was just in general stressed at talking to someone I hadn't been formally introduced to.
So what's it going to be?
You're saying a lie, you're saying true. I'm going to say... lie.
You're saying it's a lie. David, is it the truth or is it a lie?
It is a lie.
Oh. Yes, it's a lie. Last year, David didn't abandon the purchase of a new armchair because the shop assistant used the terms well gel and amazeballs. Next. It's Armando.
Oh. I once had to abandon my car in a safari park after a baboon climbed through the sunroof, lay down on the back seat and fell asleep.
OK, so where in the safari park is the car?
In the lion enclosure.
Where in the safari park is the car?
It's...
Where do you think it is? In the baboon area.
Are you answering for that, Tina? It could have been in the car park.
Question.
It could have been in the skate
What would the baboon be doing in the car park?
The baboon?
Yes.
May have escaped.
Yeah, but you can assume it wasn't a car
I'm not
park.
saying that the answer, the baboon enclosure, would have amazed me.
Do you wonder perhaps if
I didn't expect to have to defend myself to this extent without only question.
It's a stupid question. Where do you think he was? The gift shop?
If it's a stupid question, cut it out in the edit.
No, it'll be left in to show you for the charlatan that you are.
In the safari park was your car. The baboon area. Thank you. As I suspected.
All right, so anyway, back to where we were now. Where were we?
In the baboon area! So, why was the sunroof open?
It wasn't.
Let me mime it for you. Why was the sunroof open?
Is that how you think sunroofs work nowadays? When was the last time you had a car?
Why don't we all open our sunroof? Let's get the audience opening their sunroof as well. Come on, let's all open our sunroof together. Emily, open your sunroof, girl.
I'm sorry, it's still a bit hot in here. Shall we open the windows?
Quite genuinely, I can't drive a car. In my childhood, we had a sunroof. You opened it like that.
Now you open them like this.
Yeah.
Rob puts his hand up and says to the chauffeur, can you open the sunroof?
Anyway, why was the sunroof open?
Well, we didn't realise it was open.
Right.
That's what we did in our car.
OK.
You're as bad as each other, you two, aren't you? The sunroof isn't there, is it?
OK.
You've just, just opened the boot and let the baboon in.
So you're in there. You didn't know that the sunroof was open.
No.
What
We
happened
had
next?
it was a hot day, and
of
the air
course.
conditioning wasn't very good, and we had young kids in the back, and
an extra one suddenly.
had the sunroof open. We thought we'd shut it, and it turned out later it was still open by about that much.
Yeah, the sunroof's open that amount. You're driving slowly
yes.
through the baboon enclosure.
Yes.
The kids are in the back.
Yes.
And you didn't see the baboon in it. So this is a stealth baboon. Right.
What alerted you to its presence?
As we were leaving the baboon area.
Where were you going?
We were going to the giraffe area, and you can actually get out and feed the giraffes.
Right.
But my wife, who was driving, just suddenly looked in the mirror and said, "Arm." I'm known as Arm at home.
Right.
Arm?
Yeah, Arm.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I thought you meant because she had no arms. She would have been driving, wouldn't she? There's a baboon! What are you doing without driving?
I wouldn't be able to open the sunroof either.
Oh, what's that? And I turned around and saw a sleeping baboon.
And your kids are in the back as well.
Why did they not
How many
notice?
children?
It was a seven-seater. They always want to go right at the back.
Ah, so there was a whole middle tier for baboons.
For baboons.
But your kids didn't notice a baboon crawling in.
Of course they noticed.
But they didn't say it.
They were loving it.
They're saying, don't tell them. They'll hate the baboon for some reason. If you're all against wild animals in the car.
If you're 4 and 2 and an animal gets in your car and sits and sleeps in front of you.
Yeah.
They're getting the big purple backside.
This for them.
Because they're in the back, they're going, this 3D film's brilliant.
And how did this all resolve itself?
Well, fortunately, the next enclosure was the giraffe enclosure, and you can get out, and there were people there.
And the giraffes ate
giraffes
the
and
baboon.
zebras, yeah.
One of the warders...
Yes.
Jim's giving us a lovely giraffe.
sorry.
So one of the warders came and what did they shoo it out?
Both doors open. They slid open, and it just scarpered out.
What are you thinking? We need a decision. We need truth or lie. What are you going to say?
What do you think, Emily?
I think it's true.
Do you have a clue, Jack?
Yeah, I think it might be true. It's pretty detailed.
I think we're going to say true.
You're going to say true?
Yeah.
You're going to say true. Armando, truth or lie?
It was all a big lie.
Of course, it's a lie. Putting a baboon through a sunroof is the brand new game show next on ITV2. And that noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that Lee's team have won by 3 points to 2. And my individual liar of the week this week is Jim Carter. Yes, Jim Carter, honestly, he's so dishonest, he'd steal the shirt off your back, then iron it and lay it out on the bed with the rest of your morning suit. Good night. Good evening and welcome to a very special edition of previously unseen clips from this series of Would I Lie to You? Joining Lee Mack tonight, Alex Jones, Jim Carter, Bob Mortimer, Miranda Hart, Alexander Armstrong, Kate Humble, Miles Jupp, Diane Parrish, Dr. Christian Jessen, Armando Iannucci, and Claire Balding. And joining David Mitchell tonight, Jack Whitehall, Richard Madeley, Gabby Logan, Greg Davis, Richard Osman, Mel Gedroich, Andy Hamilton, Chris Tarrant, Richard Bacon, and Dale Winton. So we begin with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. And, Richard, you are first up.
My family don't have a swear jar. We have a bore jar. Whenever a Madeley says something dull, they have to stick a quid in it.
Blimey, have you got a change machine at home?
What do you think, Lee? The Madeley bore jar. Could it be true?
Well, yeah, we'll go with true. OK, are all the family members included in this?
It's a compulsory family scheme, yeah.
OK, and who would you say... We know the answer, but we'll ask it anyway. Who would you say has given the most to the jar?
Well, me, obviously.
You've given the most.
Yeah.
And what do you do with the money?
Well, I keep it.
You keep it?
Yes, but it's my system and it's my jar. And
it's your money.
It's mostly my money, so I tend to keep it.
So basically, it's a jar full of money that you've put in, that you take all the money out and keep. That is so boring. Get a quid in it. Is it any family member? If I came to your house and was just my usual self, would I have to start overloading it?
Well, I mean, for example, if you came in and started talking about not going out, obviously you'd have to put a quid in.
Trust me, if I was in your house, I wouldn't be talking about not going out.
Do you remember the last time you put up... not poor Jack or Chloe or long-suffering Judy. The last time that you put £1 in that jar, what was it for?
I was reading something about fiscal policy out of the Financial Times, and Judy said after about 3 seconds, jar.
Maybe she was agreeing with you in German. What do you think, Lee Mack?
Miles?
I think this is true.
Do you?
Yeah, but I find Richard intrinsically believable.
So you think Richard's telling the truth, Kate?
I think it's complete rubbish.
You think it's a lie?
Yeah.
I'm going to say not true.
You're going to say it's a lie. Richard, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
Well, I'm afraid the answer is deeply boring. I lied.
Bob, you're next.
I have a didgeridoo suspended from a tree in my back garden so that when the wind blows in a particular direction, it pops soothing sounds of the outback into my bedroom window.
David's team, what do you think?
Pops soothing sounds of the outback.
Yes.
What a poetic way of putting it.
Thank you.
Do you genuinely believe that that particular instrument makes a pop?
How would you describe it, Greg?
And
how soothed do you feel?
Right, everyone stop popping.
I get this every night in my house, please.
Where is it, Bob? It's in a tree.
Yeah.
And you've made a conscious decision to put it in the tree?
Yeah.
I thought you said it was hanging from a tree.
What it is it's trapped in a V. Is there a name for that area of a tree? Is it called the Clooney or something?
It's called it...
Clooney?
What's the not to believe George Clooney's holding a didgeridoo at Madrid and it's gone? Why don't you believe this?
This part of your finger there is called the Clooney.
Is it?
So I'm assuming...
I never knew
That's
that.
why I said Clooney. I know it's the Clooney. Where it... And it's wedged there.
It's wedged in the tree's V.
Yes, it's wedged horizontally in the tree's V, facing southeast, which is the prevailing wind where I live.
Where do you live? Not Britain.
Britain.
No, the prevailing wind in Britain is southwesterly.
It doesn't happen every night.
So tell us what this sound does for you, then. You're lying in bed at night and you had a lovely day, you're just settling down, and you hear... And then what happens to you?
I'm soothed. And the mind is soothed. You know, you get things that will do the same thing to, say, your throat.
Yes.
That does it to the mind.
What if your brain's fine? You don't want to hear that every time it's windy.
You're always soothing your brain, that's what sleep is.
Hence the success of the pillow.
Yeah.
just say, though, Bob, I've been led to believe by out-of-work hippies over the years that the didgeridoo is an incredibly difficult instrument to play, and yet it would appear that all one has to do is to pass air through it.
No, well, you have to position it correctly, just as you would have to over your mouth. I've done that by utilising the Clooney of a tree.
You're using the Clooney of a tree as human lips. You can get any kind of noise out of a didgeridoo. The Clooney, which doesn't exist, on Bob's tree, would have to be flesh-like, because an Aboriginal doesn't just go through it, because it's not just wind, they use their lips.
Very good point. Very good point. Just coming up this time of year, I admit it's a lot better. In fact, I have a wisteria that grows through the didgeridoo.
Of course.
And when the wisteria comes into leaf, not only does it pipe the wind towards the didgeridoo, but it acts as the lips.
It's long been said that if the wind blows in the right direction through wisteria, it can play any instrument in the world.
It's time to decide, David.
OK, we need to make a guess.
What are you going to say?
I think it's a lie.
Of course it's a lie.
We think it's a lie.
I think it's a lie. Well, Bob, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I was lying.
Christian, you're next.
For a prank, I once set a friend's legs in plaster casts while he slept.
David Mitchell's team.
Do you get to take those kinds of materials home with you then when you're at medical school or when you're...
We're not supposed to.
Right. Were you at medical school
But we
at the
do.
time?
This would have been...
Did you say, was he at medical school?
At the time.
Oh, right.
I am not...
I thought you were accusing him.
Christian, why did you play this prank on your friend?
Because he'd got blind drunk, as only medical students can do.
And he was drunk as you were putting the plaster cast on him?
He'd actually passed out by that stage.
Right.
And was sleeping.
Couldn't you get struck off for this?
No.
Oh, right.
Anyway?
Presumably, you had to have a plan, didn't you? You didn't just happen to chance upon the plaster casting equipment.
We decided we were going to plaster him from his ankles all the way up to his hips, with his legs apart like that.
He never woke up the whole time you're touching him, and presumably right the way up to the top of his groin.
Have you ever drunk 19 pints of cider?
Yes.
All right.
Did you first take his trousers down?
We did, yeah.
Oh, the humiliation.
Did you take his underpants off as well?
No, we left the undies on.
And you said we. Who were the accomplices here?
I had mates that were involved.
Right,
Name them.
Matthew, Mark...
Luke and John.
Is that the gospel now, or are you making this up?
And of course,
Gospel.
And of course,
How did you miss that? I said, is that the gospel?
Yeah, I know, yeah. Though I didn't miss it, Rob.
And when he woke up, what was his reaction?
He thought he'd had a stroke.
Because he couldn't
move his legs.
That's very bad self-diagnosis.
David, what are you thinking?
Andy?
I think the medical student thing, knowing how their minds work, I think it might be true.
And you're edging towards...
I did think it was a lie, and now I think it might be true.
OK, we'll say it's true.
So it's true. All right. Dr. Christian, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It is true.
Xander, you're next.
Last year, I was amused to discover that in one weekend, I'd had a curry with Andy Murray, been bowling with J.K. Rowling, and attended an odd party with Todd Carty.
So, David, what do you think?
What a weekend that was. What was odd about the party?
Where do I begin? The first indication that it was an odd party, there were chicken wings that were brought around, for example, that everybody dived on. And it was only when we'd eaten most of the plate when someone went, This is still quite red. And we all noticed that actually that nothing had really been cooked at all. So we were all dicing with salmonella. There was a husband and wife there who had the most enormous row. It was a very odd.
So a row and disappointing food.
Yes, disappointing.
This is a normal party.
I'm fascinated with the bowling with rolling. Was it the sort of bowling which ladies of a certain age in white do in parks?
No.
Or was it 10 pin, 3 fingers in the old...
10 pin, 3 fingers, yes.
10 pin and 3 fingers. Did you have to change from your normal shoes
You bet.
into the red, white and blue sort of comedy bowling shoes?
No, we had purple shoes. This was the livery of this rather chic
It was posh.
bowling place.
It was a posh. Where was the chic bowling place?
The chic bowling place is in London's Bayswater.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah.
Are the shoes purple?
That's where J.K. Rowling goes.
The rolling alley.
What's Joe... What... Let's cut back to Murray and Curry.
We were in this rather large curry house in Milton Keynes.
Milton Keynes? Why were you in Milton Keynes in a large curry house with
Andy Murray?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was a charity event. After which we repaired to a sort of mini Taj Mahal building in Milton Keynes.
Mm-hmm.
At another table, though, 3 people who'd been sitting there for quite a long time we hadn't noticed. Eventually we spotted were Andy Murray, Mrs. Murray, and someone who I can only imagine was his agent. And we, after a little while, obviously felt we'd better go and tell him he was Andy Murray.
So you went and talked to him?
Well, only to tell him he was Andy Murray.
So what are you going to say, David? Is this true?
Stuck, you see. What do you think, Chris?
Well, he's just got a little shifty little face, hasn't he?
So you think basically it's a lie?
I think basically it's a lie.
You know, Xander's a man about town. He's quite hello. You know, I can imagine him in the I can imagine him in the purple bowling shoes and the Andy Murray. I can imagine that. At a party with uncooked chicken wings and Todd Carty, I don't know.
I think it's probably a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. Xander, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
Well, it is, in fact, a lie.
No! It's David.
Once a week, I love to eat a full English breakfast, but can only do so if I'm entirely stripped to the waist.
Lee's team, what do you think?
Once a week, you say?
Yeah.
Any particular day of the week?
At the weekend, usually a Saturday or a Sunday.
Do you know what the weekend is, David?
Mm-hmm.
Do you cook it, mate? Do you cook it in that state of undress, or do you get undressed once it's cooked?
I get undressed once it's cooked. There's a limit to the amount of undressing required. I mean, I take my top off.
Boxers or...
No, it's...
I think it's waist up, I think you said.
That's the... Yes.
Waist up, yes.
It would be odd if he had a breakfast... but from the waist down, he's stripped naked. That would be odd if you went round to his house and said, thank you, David, for the sausage and beans. We're not done yet.
Yeah. No, that's...
Get them off!
Yeah. And none of you going to ask why?
I am about to ask.
Oh, good.
What on God's earth function does taking your top off play in this breakfast?
In many ways, I've lost a lot of self-respect.
You have.
Over the years, and sometimes I like to wallow in that.
In that case, we think it's true.
I do find there's a certain amount of splatter involved in the eating of a full
Is this
English.
getting sexual?
Not from my body.
Is this on your own, or would someone join you?
More usually on my own, but I wouldn't...
Would you like someone to join you?
I don't think so, really.
I'm not offering.
Can I ask you a question? Gabby, do you like a fried breakfast?
David, is this... Sorry. Is this for practical reasons? Is it, as you say, just to stop the splashing, or is it a lovely sense of liberation?
I think it's partly practical, partly, yes, of course, you feel closer to nature.
So what are you thinking, Lee? What are you going to say? Is he telling the truth here?
Christy, what do you think? Do you eat with your clothes on?
I do.
You don't strip off for any reason to do with eating?
No, not really.
Do you think he does?
Having got to know David during the course of this evening, I rather suspect he does.
Diane, do you...
No, I do not. No.
No, I was going to say, do you believe... I was going to say, do you believe it? I wasn't taking the opportunity to go, do you have friends? Do you want to come round my house? Will you take the top off? I wasn't going to say that.
No,
I was thinking it. I was absolutely thinking it. But I've never said it out loud. But now you've brought it up. Do you want to come round on Sunday? I've got burnt out potato waffles. Do you think David is telling the truth, or do you...
I think he's telling the truth.
I think David's a well-brought-up, educated chap.
Yes,
He'd never do
he would
anything
never.
quite so stupid.
But
So it's
the
not
bow
true.
tie.
It's not true.
I'm on lie now. Yeah.
OK, we have to go with lie, then.
You're going to say lie. David, truth or lie?
Please don't be true.
It is a lie.
Thank God.
Next, it's Jim.
After being knocked unconscious by a frisbee, for 3 days I could only speak in a thick Scottish accent.
David's team.
Oh, bit harsh, that. Just because you're Scottish doesn't mean you're thick, does it?
So what was the occasion of being hit by the frisbee?
Yeah, I was playing with my daughter and her friends and sort of playing frisbee, with a bunch of people, and this young lad just let it go, and it just caught me right on the side of the head.
Did he pass out first?
Well, I don't know really. I went sort of strange and I had to sit down, but I don't think I physically...
So you sat down, feeling a bit dizzy, you sat down, and at some point someone asked how you're feeling, and you found yourself answering...
I think I said, I'll tack the high road and you tack the low road, and that was...
Was it just the voice, or for the next 3 days did you not eat lettuce and loathe the English as well?
No.
Some of us do eat lettuce.
Yeah. No, I mean, in fact, I went up to the accident and emergency, and somebody there, when they met me and was convinced by my wife who took me there that I wasn't Scottish, she tried to calm me down and said, it will go away.
Your wife needs to be there to persuade, just to say, sorry, he's not really Scottish. Because they get a lot of people who aren't just Scottish but want to be cured.
Frisbees are dangerous things. I took my son out, my older son, when he was about 5 or 6, to a field, and I said, stand there, we are going to enjoy the frisbee. So he stood over there.
I wish you were my dad.
And what I hadn't told him was that he was meant to catch the frisbee. So he stood there full of the trust of a trusting son like that, and I did a great throw. You know when you straighten the arm, so it goes, and it went, shh, and he looked at it with a lovely, innocent face, and it went, bang, there, and blood went, and the shock on his face that his father had done this to him. He said, what the hell have you done, you idiot? So what are you thinking, David?
Oh, totally true.
This is my concern. Jim has very reasonably been reticent about doing a Scottish accent in this bit of the game. Yeah. I suspect, and maybe I'm wrong, and Jim can prove me wrong, or otherwise, but I don't think that he necessarily does a very convincing Scottish accent.
Jim Carter can't do a Scottish accent?
Well, because lots of people can't do various accents. Lots of very good actors can't do certain accents. And I think it would be unlikely that the accent you'd get, if concussed, would be one that you couldn't previously do.
Disagree with that entirely.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, get your own team.
Just give us a little taste of this voice, if you can use the great use your tool, your great actor's tool,
yes,
to give us a little bit of this voice.
I don't feel very well. I think I'm a bit woozy.
That's lovely, isn't it? It's Radio 4, it's Saturday afternoon, it's a play. All right, so David, truth or lie, what are you going to say?
What do you think?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I'll take the
I
hit.
think it might be true.
OK, I think we're going to say it's true, then.
Jim Carter, were you telling the truth or were you lying?
I was telling a lie.
Next. It's Lee.
I got stuck for half an hour in a men's toilet because I couldn't find the door.
So where was this men's toilet?
Next to the ladies.
Were you on your own?
Yes.
And where was
Apart from somebody singing some Wham song, I don't know who he was.
And where was this ladies' toilet that it was next to?
It was in the place I worked at, which was bingo hall.
And so presumably you managed to find the door on the way in?
No.
Without being facetious.
Right. Oh, I didn't do that.
You found the door.
I stood up.
You found the door on the way in.
I did find the door on the way in.
You took number 1, number 2?
No, I walked. I didn't get a bus.
You've popped into the toilet.
Yes.
It doesn't really matter what you've gone to do.
Well, I think what does matter is whether or not he'd gone into a cubicle or was just approaching a urinal.
Yes, that's a good question.
And how long it took you.
Right.
Given you just walked through the door that then you couldn't find.
Walked in the door. I went to the urinal.
Yeah.
The door closed. And then I'm now stuck in that toilet for half an hour.
Why was it that you couldn't find the door once it had closed?
Because I went in, and it was late at night, and the building had started to shut down, and so I went in, and just as I got to the urinal, the last bit of the door closes, and it's now as pitch black as you can possibly imagine. The other bits of the story I've not mentioned is that I was absolutely hammered, and so I started getting a bit confused. I went back to what I thought was the middle of the room. I'm drunk, but now I've lost all bearings. And so I felt
I really wish this was on infrared somewhere.
There was a guy with a video camera, the Wham guy. Eventually, a door opened, because someone came looking for me. And as the door opened, I realised I'd lost my bearings so much that every time I'd gone round, I'd missed the door.
I think that this is true.
You think it's true?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it's where he worked, and I think there's going to be some light bleeding around a door, isn't it?
You don't think it's true?
No, but if you both do.
It's definitely unlikely, but all the things are unlikely.
You think it's unlikely?
Unlikely. I don't know. I just think it's true, and I think it's well told if it isn't.
All right, so it's true.
Yeah.
OK. Lee, truth or lie?
It is, in fact,
true. Claire Balding.
To win a bet, I presented a 3-minute piece to camera live from Royal Ascot in a full-length evening gown with Willie Carson concealed beneath my skirts.
For people that aren't sure, here's a picture. There we are.
Whose idea was the bet?
The director. We've come off air. I put on the long ball gown. Willie waits. He stands on a box when he's presenting with me normally. Obviously, to fit under my skirts, he didn't. In fact, he knelt. And he was quiet as a mouse. He was very good. No one said it yet. I wanted to say it.
What? Sorry, what did she say? I don't know what you said.
I wanted to say there was a Willie under her skirt.
Now it's out there.
I'd like to request someone more mature on my team.
I mean, I know Willie Carson is not a burly man.
No, he's very small.
But I would still think that must be quite a substantial dress.
It was a very, like as you sometimes get in costume dramas, it didn't have the hoops, but it had a very full skirt.
But how did he get in, though? Were you stood there? Did you
I
go,
stood.
Come on, Willie?
He crawled along on the ground and then knelt under there. And it's a 3-minute piece, so the first 2 minutes was absolutely fine, and on I went and rattled on about normal racing stuff. And then he started to giggle, and that's what gave it away. But because we got 2 of the 3 minutes, the bet was won.
Recreate the piece to camera.
OK, so I stand there and I say hello and welcome to Royal Ascot. We've had a stunning first day here with a win for Frankie Dettori. We saw his flying dismount, and then there's first squeak then from Willie. He goes, because he's got a very high laugh, and I've smacked him, and so just
Is this why Channel 4 have got the horse race?
Right, David, what do you think?
What do you think, Dale?
Do you know, I'm really beginning to believe that she'd have done it for a prank.
I think it was an excellent acting performance, but I believe it to be a lie.
Oh, you see, now I have to make a decision. But I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
That's that's
OK.
fine, yeah.
Claire, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
I was telling it was a lie.
It's me. I recently had to be rescued by supermarket staff after I fell into the chest freezer trying to reach the last packet of Yorkshire puddings.
So you've fallen in.
Yes.
Talk us through the next bit.
Look, imagine, right? Imagine this is the freezer, okay?
Yeah. Right.
So I am here, and I'm looking around. There's nobody, so I just.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going like that, and I'm going like that, and I'm going, and I'm going, and I'm in, and I'm like that, and I've hit my hand on the kind of sharp inner edge.
Right.
And I went, and first of all I went, ah, and people.
So you just stay lying down?
Well, I was shocked, Lee. And as I looked, my little head peeped up over the top, and some Welsh people, because it was Cardiff, came over and said, "Are you all right?" So, and they kind of, I could have got out, but they sort of helped me up, and I think they were worried I was going to make a claim.
Were you tempted to stay in there until someone came to get something? So you go,
So what do you think?
The bit of the story I don't think is true is the bit when he started talking. Up until the point when he just stopped talking then. It's the fact that he sort of went, "Ooh, I've cut my hand, I can't get up, I'm Rob Brydon."
Well, that's not strictly what I said. I said I looked at my hand with shock, and then somebody ran over straight away.
Yeah, I don't think it would take that long for attention to be... There would have been a sort of kind of noise, and people would have looked around and noticed that the small man who'd previously been there had somehow disappeared. And they'd naturally have wondered where he may have gone to.
I think it's true.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Because it's quite a humiliating story, and I don't see why you tell it unless it was true.
The format of the show. I don't see why you'd tell it if it wasn't true. Andy, I really think you've been missing something this evening. So, David, what are you saying, given what Poirot has said? Yeah.
I think we think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yeah.
You think it's a lie? Well, I can tell you it is a lie. Well, that's all we got time for on this special edition of Would I Lie to You. Thank you for watching. Good night.